Hey, welcome back, everybody. Here we are again. Gotta love it, gotta love it, gotta love it. Fancy meeting you all here. Welcome back, guys. Let's take a look at this interview that's coming up here soon and a couple other things we're going to talk about. And like I said, I feel like I'm going to open the phone lines back up again to have a few more conversations about the things that we're seeing. So once again, let's get this crazy show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, governors. Welcome back. Again, thank you for joining me tonight. It is still March 29th, 2024, and here we are. There's an interview we're going to be checking out here soon. Like I said, I'm going to open the phone lines back up again for more call-ins, and we're going to discuss some of these other things that we see in here, and maybe a little bit of the interview that we just watched with Nina, I believe her name was. I gave you guys my opinion on that earlier, 20 minutes ago, however long ago it was. Not saying I don't believe what she's saying, but when you come out with things like that, you got to have some kind of documents to show that to people, because people are going to come at you. Unfortunately, that's how it is out here, sadly. So that's my thought on that. That's really all. But it's a very sad and horrific story, and I do feel bad for her for that. If all of that is 100% true, like she stated, that's a very horrible thing to have to go through with you, yourself, your children, any of that. So, but it does happen out there, guys. It does. So, welcome back, everybody. Again, thank you for joining us tonight. I do appreciate you all so very much. Let me see something here. Let's see here. Okay. That interview hasn't dropped yet, but we'll have a little bit of conversating in here before that happens. And of course, Let's see who we got with us now. We got 90 people showing in here as of right now. Awesome. 55 likes, guys. Please hit the like button on your way through the door. And let's see who we got joining us. Like I said, looks like Sunshine's in the house. Welcome back to you, Jeff H. Welcome. Good to see you, sir. Miss Brandy, never a doubt. Same with Doodle, always here. Thank you for joining us. SRB's in the house. I hope everything is going well for you, ma'am. I hope the little guy is doing better. I pray he's doing better. I've been praying for you guys wholeheartedly. Jessica, welcome back to you. Miss Victoria, good to see you again. Um, let me see here. CZ, welcome back to you. Teresa S, same to you. Party of Fives in the house. Did you guys even go anywhere? I don't think so. You guys may have grabbed a drink, but here you are again. And I do appreciate you so very much for that. Jody Walters, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Let's see here. S. Hagen, welcome back to you. Great to see you. War Eagles in the house. Roll Tide Roll. It's Friday night. Party five. Miss Shelley, great to see you tonight. V. Oakley, it's been a minute. Welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Groot, what's happening? Groot. Miss Kim, thank you for joining us again tonight. Always a pleasure. Evie Marie, welcome back, dear. Great to have you here. B. Williams, same to you. Vicky Harrison, always happy to have you. Always happy to see you. Polly Pepper, welcome back. It's got to be getting late over there. Thank you for being here, Pamela. I appreciate you so very much. The Mischief Pariah is in the house again. Great to see you. Angela Hurst, welcome. I love seeing the new faces. It's wonderful to have you here. Wonderful to see all the new faces and new people. Peggy Zelf, welcome back. Good to see her. Welcome and good to see you. Michelle Weddle, welcome back. All you awesome meatballs jumping in the sauce with me tonight as we spill a little bit. I appreciate you all so much. The community here is absolutely amazing. For all you new people, my apologies. You will see. I appreciate everybody welcoming everybody that's new with open arms as we do with everyone. So I hope you all get comfortable and enjoy your stay here while you're with us. And I would love to see you all come back again. That's for sure. Tina B, welcome back to you. Great to see you. In Stitches, what's happening? Jingles, welcome back. Tara Kane, thank you for joining us tonight. Kate Pruitt, welcome back to you. Miss Tracy Hinton, great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us again, guys. Please, if you will, hit that like button on your way through the door. It don't cost a cent. Just one little push is all it takes. And leaving a little DNA for me. I appreciate that so very much. And please share this out to anybody you think would be interested in listening to what we're talking about. We got 73 likes, guys. We need very few to get in that algorithm to get this out. Cases like this, shows like this need to be seen by everyone so that we can help bring this awesome child home to his family where he belongs, guys. So please do that. Hit that like button so we can get this in that algorithm. A breeze to wind. Welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight again. Debbie Clark, welcome back. Always a pleasure. Miss JCN is in the house again. Holly, welcome back to you. Great to see you as always. Come on in, guys. Go grab your coffee and your tea or whatever it could be. Please come in, sit down, have a conversation with me. I appreciate you all so very much. Miss Amy Fisher's in the house. I love you too, dear. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Tim Logic, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Mandy Rathbone, welcome. Great to see you here. Again, love seeing all the new faces. NHGG, welcome and hi there to you. Kimber, welcome back, dear. Great to see you. Spooky Paws, welcome. Great to have you here. Come on in, everybody. Please, if you will, grab a chair, grab a seat, whatever it is. Get comfortable. We're going to be here for a minute. Kimberly W. from Down Under, welcome back. Great to see you, or welcome for the first time. I'm sorry. All the rest of you, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Miss Kells, I see up there. Kay Lee, welcome. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. Senny Kerp, what is going on? And hello to Big Ohio Owl. Thank you for joining us. Josie West, welcome back to you. Devo, hey. Good to see you, Devo. Sunny Cat, welcome back. I think I got everybody. B. Williams, of course. Kaylee, hey. Miss Jessica, thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. Jeff said he hit that like button. Did you? Come on now, guys. Let's get this in an algorithm. 87 likes. We're almost there. Easy. Great to see you. Neil Homestead, welcome back, my friend. Always a pleasure. Let me see. I think I got everybody. Again, guys, as always, if I didn't get to say hi to you, I will catch up with you soon. Listen, Jay, it's been a minute. Great to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Sugar Baby, hey, hey, good to see you tonight. Tiny Cat. I think I got everybody here. Come on, Mr. Steve, WSWTC. Welcome back to you, sir. Awesome. We got 128 peeps in here, guys. 101 likes. We broke it. We are out there in that algorithm. You guys rock and roll. I love it. Thank you so very much. Angel of Virtue, welcome back. Miss Julia, great to see you. Firefly, great to see you as well. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable, if you will. Virginia Wolf, what's up, brother? Summer Vibes. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Carolyn Miller, welcome back. It is so great to see you all. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight with us. I do appreciate you so very much. Pick me, I see ya. Welcome back to you. So again, like I said, guys, we're gonna open up the phone lines here in a little bit. We're gonna check out this other interview that Seth is gonna speak on. Maybe he'll put out a little more information than he dropped on Dolly's show last night to help us understand what's going on. The big, the big and little of it all, folks. The most important thing, and I do feel, I see you, Devo. I do feel that this is being lost in translation with some of this. Sebastian Rogers is missing. He's a 15-year-old autistic child that's all alone by himself, from what we're hearing out there in the world. That's not a good thing. That's that's the thing that's driving me so crazy with this. Welcome, Tina. Great to see you, and thank you for joining us, Gemma. Welcome back to you as well. So with everything we're listening to daily here and seeing and hearing and back and forthing and all this other stuff, guys, we got to keep our focus on the fact that Sebastian is not home with his family where he belongs. Please, please, let's keep our focus on that as much as we can. You know, we are watching all these interviews with the family members. It is important, folks, but we got to keep, while we're watching this, while we're thinking about it, while we're talking about it, the main thing is that we remember about Sebastian. That's all I'm saying. That's a good point, Angela. How could he be eating and drinking? That's why I strongly feel that he's with somebody. Hopefully, it's a good person, not a bad. Welcome, Paula. Wonderful to see you again. Um, so that's my worst fear is that, see, at this point, you guys, based on everything we've talked about, the footprints, the tracking with the dogs, the different interviews, what Seth has said, what Chris and Katie have said, all of these things. Skinny, welcome back. Good to see you. All of these things, guys, we got to remember Sebastian. The most important thing is to bring him home. Um, you know, we can't place any blame on this child. Okay. At this point, I'm starting to feel that something may have happened, that something may have scared him and put the fear of God in him in some sense, and he took off. He ran. Okay. It's what we do when we're scared. We run from things. And maybe he did take off out of that house looking to get away from the situation, possibly. I don't know. Maybe he was trying to go to his father at that point or just to get away. And I feel like somebody may have grabbed him. Now, at that point, my only hope is that it's a good person. But if that was the case, I believe they would have contacted law enforcement at this point. So sadly, I'm petrified, worried that a bad person may have grabbed him. Okay. I pray every day that that's not the case and that he didn't go out on his own. He didn't get out in the elements and get himself hurt or worse. Okay. That's what I'm worried about. So, um, that's interesting, War Eagle. Tracy, again, good to see you tonight again. Thank you. Come on in, everybody that's coming in. I appreciate you. Julia, welcome back. Great to see you. 168 awesome people in here. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you all for supporting this as we try to bring Sebastian Rogers home. I do appreciate you all very much for that. And again, thank you guys, anybody that had donated to this channel to support the channel to keep me doing this every day. Thank you for that as well. God bless each and every one of you for everything you do, even just being here to support me while I do this. That means the world to me, folks. It's wonderful to see your faces in here every day when I come and do this. It really is. Absolutely. Please, let's get him home. I pray. My whole family's been praying. My son even is like, wow, Dad, I hope he's okay. I hope he comes home and he's okay, and this all goes away and he can go back to living his life and it gets better. That's my son said that. He's 17 years old. Like, everybody knows about this now, guys. It's just not good. Terry Dean, welcome back. Good to see you. You too, Lisa Vallejo. Thank you for being here. All right, guys, let's see. All right, so my understanding is that specific interview goes on in about 15 minutes. So we can sit and have some convo about what we think may be going on, what we think has gone on, whatever it is. Welcome back, DS. Great to see you. Thank you. Joseph Rapp, great to see you. Sugar Baby, thank you for that. Sammy Reeser, welcome back to you. This again, guys, the Green Hearts in support of Team Sebastian, as I call all of you that are in here for this. That means a lot. So throwing up these green hearts is the world. Anybody that wants to do this, I would appreciate that so very much every time we talk about them, guys. So if you can, please let it roll. Let's light it up out here, guys. In support of Sebastian Rogers and bringing him home if we can. Please, please, and please, please, thank you. Good evening, DKM. Great to see you. I got you, Steve. I understand it. I got it, Tina. I got family down in Alabama that's doing the same thing, putting up flyers, looking around, just driving around looking. Every child they look at, they look twice just to make sure. Welcome back, KL Wingate. Thank you, Miss Brandy. That's awesome. Doing well on that for all you guys that have checked out the TikTok that Brandy put out for Sebastian. It's doing really well. So thank you all for that so very much. Dreamer, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Oh, there it is. Lighten it up, guys. It looks great. Thank you all for that, Jingles. Great to see you again. There is, Steve. There's a lot of it going on, and that's what I fear is that he took off walking because he needed to cool down from his house for whatever reason, and somebody grabbed him. I just don't know, guys. Miss Kells, great to see you, dear. Thank you, War Eagle. Lee Bart, welcome. Good to see you. A lot, S. Hagen, a lot of boys look like Sebastian. It's very hard to differentiate. I mean, it's a pretty standard look. The glasses, he's got an amazing smile, though. He looks like a great kid. I told my son the story about this, with his issues with his friends and stuff, which my son went through the same thing. And he goes, Dad, it's rough. Lee Bart, and I am a woman. Okay, Lee, no problem. Sorry about that. He goes, I went through those things and this and that, and I have gone through it time and time. I said, I know. I told a lot of people about that, Caden. And he's like, I'd love to be his friend. I know we're different states, but I have friends that, he talks to through his games and stuff like that. I said, well, he's not allowed to do that, but if he ever is, it's nice to know that you'd be there to be a friend to him. And I love that about my child. I really do. Angela, good to see you. That's possibly true too, Joseph. Right. Well, that's the thing, Movement. He doesn't really understand because he's almost identical to Sebastian with his mind. Okay, he doesn't quite understand how this could happen, but he understands how he could feel. Welcome back, Annie. Good to see you. And I even asked him. I said, "Well, what would you do in a situation like this?" He goes, "Well." He goes, "It depends." He's heard me talk about some of the stuff with the Proudfoots, and then he's heard some of the stuff with Seth and this and that. He goes, "Well, is that stepdad? He's like really mean and this and that." And Caden's kind of like, he sounds like it. And I said, that doesn't always mean anything. We have to look at it and see what it really is. I said, it's a lot deeper than that. It's more than just what's on the surface, Caden. He's like, yeah. He goes, it doesn't matter either way. He looks pretty cool, and I would definitely be his friend. If he was ever allowed to play games, I'd invite him in and play in my. I said, well, that's awesome, and I appreciate you. My son's got a huge heart, and he would be friends with anybody, which is a lot of times what Sebastian's problem was because he didn't understand that people wanted their space, and he was trying so hard to make friends, which is what broke my heart because I went through this with my own child. He was trying so hard to make friends that he was trying too hard, and people thought he was weird, so they backed away from him. And then in turn, it's just not fair to these kids. It's horrible. It was one of the worst things I ever had to go through with my son because I can't fix it for him. I just and that's why this has affected me so deeply, you guys. I want to do everything in my power to go find this child, and I want to bring him home to my house and hug him and tell him it's okay. You're okay. You're safe. You're home. To whoever he goes to, his father or his mother or all of them, whatever it is, that's what I want to do, but I can't. There's some people in here that I'm really close to, that my mods, they know me. They know that's what I'm going through with this. This has gone on too long, you guys. Way too long. Welcome, Cassie. It's great to see you. Things got to change out here, you guys. They do. So bad. Welcome, Sweetness 44. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. 100%, Terry. It's very possible, Sweetness. There's so many things that are on the table right now that I refuse to take it away because we just don't know. Nina Paula is Chris Proudfoot's fourth wife and the mother of his only child, Faith. Every day, Kathy, it's harder and harder and harder every day. Eh, I don't know. You get this helpless feeling. You know what I mean? Yes, I'm a grandfather as well, Demon. No offense taken. I have 6 grandchildren. I have 7 children and 6 grandchildren. I adore each and every one of them. Yes, she did a whole interview, Paula, I had up here during my last show, and Cluminati did too. I thought you were over there. I saw. Blah, blah, blah. I thought you were live, Clue. But welcome. Good to see you, Kimber. You as well. Bullying is horrible. Yes, it is. Welcome, Gray. Good to see you tonight. Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Um, that's exactly it right there, Tim. A lot of us feel that way because of our some of our children or our grandchildren or just knowing about these things, it makes it harder to watch it happen and watch it going on. Excuse me. Welcome, 12 Gauge. Good to see my friend Amy Fisher. I keep hearing that name and it's reminding me of something else and I can't think of what it is. Welcome, seriously. Good to see you. I'm just tired. That's all, Clue. It's been a long day. That's all. Joey Buttafuoco. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm like, why do I know that name? Excuse me. I covered that true crime story behind that movie, actually. I should have known that. I should have known it for real. Right. No, I came in here. Well, I was in here on the computer researching it around 11, looking at different stuff, dealing with this and that. I had my granddaughter today too, and I went live at 2. No, 1:45. I went live. Welcome back, Tomboy. Good to see you. Oh, he's got receipts from the show. Oh, really? Well, hang on a minute here. Let me see something. No, I'm sure you weren't, Amy. No worries. No worries at all. Where did you see stuff? I'm looking right now. What did you see and where, Paula or Pamela? Sorry, I get names mixed up sometimes, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, on the live. Okay, I didn't see that. Hold on here. Oh, okay. Hold on, Doodle. Oh, that stuff. Got you. I didn't even look at that. Sorry about that. Hold on a minute here. Oh, really? Oh, it shows. Hold on a minute. Chris was trying to call in while Trev was live. Let me see here. He's calling Trev while he was playing the Nina thing. Okay. Let me see if I can open this up. Is that what this is? That's what I'm trying to clue. Hold on a minute. I just wanted to make sure of what I was reading first. Hold on. Missed audio call. Tap to call back. It's showing at 7:52. Yeah, they were still live at that time. So that's the call right there. Oh, look. See? I mean, that's his icon. So it was a Facebook call. That's his icon. So I'm just saying, um, as long as nobody else used it and tried to call in, but still, yeah, that's definitely it. Wow, interesting. No, I'm sorry. It was at 5:10 that the call came through. Hmm, that's interesting. Definitely interesting. I wonder what he would have to say. Yeah, I mean, if you can see or hear me, Chris, if you're watching this, you're more than welcome to come in here if you want to explain, go over that interview or talk about it. I'll give you a platform to talk about it. It's up to you, sir. I'm sure you won't. I'm just giving you that option. um, that's him holding his daughter in that picture, guys. For those of you, that's the same icon he's got on his Facebook page. That's his picture there. That's him. That's his baby girl. Nevada, aka Christy. Welcome. Summer J, good to see you. Chemistry Queen, welcome back. Alice Scrope, welcome. Come on in, everybody. Uh Demon Dog, good to see you. Thank you, War Eagle. I appreciate that. Very much. And again, just thank you to everybody that has showed support by donating to those links. It really, really does help me so much. It keeps me going, guys. Tennessee Chick, welcome. Good to see you. No, it was the stepdad that was calling in Chris, which was the ex-husband to the woman during that interview that was happening. Miss Sherry, good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight, ma'am. I mean, if we go along with that, Gray, yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying. They do seem, it does come off as very controlling. So that's why I said, with that interview being done, thank you, War Eagle, as well. um, I hope that Nina, you know, if it comes up, she's got documentation to show and prove all this stuff. If you're going to talk about that story, I absolutely support it. It's a horrible thing. You know what I mean? So I don't know what he was calling in for, if he was calling in to defend himself or what it was. But like I said, when I say receipts, though, she's going to have people that are going to go after her, guys, and you know that. That's how YouTube is. So, and I'm not saying anything negative. What I'm saying is I hope she has some form of documentation so that when people do come at her, she can show it. Here it is. This is what happened, and then nobody can say anything to her because then she has that. You see what I'm saying? That's all. This has just turned into something that it shouldn't be. All the way around. This should not be going on right now. None of this. Because again, while all this is going on, Everybody's focusing on this, not Sebastian. And I don't like that at all. What is this now? Wow. See, I knew stuff like this was going to start coming out. Oh, hold on a minute, guys. Shailene Criswell. I don't know if any of you are watching the lab right now, but Trevor stated after the interview, Nina told him that Faith witnessed Chris hit Sebastian in the face. Okay. Well, I don't even know what to say. You welcome, Carrie Priscilla K. Lee. That's what my whole point was: is what is the gain? Welcome, throw glitter on it from that story being told. What is she looking to? That's what I can't understand. She was trying to get away from him completely. We know that based on what she said, and she did. She got away from him. She was safe, sound. She's away, far away. Why would you come back out during a situation like this and put this out here? I feel, it's a what she was talking about is horrific, guys. It's horrific, and you guys know how I feel about that. But why are you coming out at this point now and talking about it? Are you? I'm just trying to understand which her gain is from this. If she got away from this horrible stuff, what are we looking to do here? Are you trying to provide a character? I don't know what I'm trying to explain, guys. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to gather is what she's trying to get out of this by doing this. I mean, I understand. Or is she just trying to let people know in her mind or from her experience that this is who Chris Proudfoot is? Again, okay. I think a lot of people feel that way about him already. And again, my absolute respect. It was probably very hard to do what she did. So, towards her 100%. But again, a lot of people have had Chris Proudfoot pinned like that since the beginning. So, are we just that's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand what her gain is going to be from this. So, that's the thing. That wasn't said, and that's what I was kind of expecting to hear, honestly, with her interview. She didn't even say he could have done it. So, what was right? And that's a good way to put it. I mean, it's blunt. That's a good way to put it. Is that what you were trying to accomplish by that interview? Was to say, hey, this is what I think Chris did something because that wasn't spoken about. So it just takes us, it's a completely separate entity. Again, it's horrible. It's horrific. And I feel so horrible for her. But like, what did we gain from this? In my opinion, nothing more. Um, thank you, Sherry. Good to know. Good to know. So, thank you, Doodle, very much. All right, guys, let me move this over here. I just this is just not good stuff. Not good stuff at all. Again, thank you all for joining me. We got 237 peeps in here. We are in the algorithm. That is what matters, guys. You guys are amazing for that. Thank you so much. That's right, Angel. That's it right there. 100%. We need to stay focused on Sebastian only. Their issues are theirs and theirs alone. We have a child who needs to be found. And here's my thing, guys. If in the end, if we find him and bring him home, and it comes out that there was something that any specific people had to do with this, that's when we go after that. Okay, right now we need to worry about him. That's my point. That is absolutely my point and my thoughts on this. Philip Lacey, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Pamela saying, and by the way, Pamela is a retired Manchester Police Department or police officer in the UK. She says, Dago, I've interviewed more DV, which are domestic violence victims, than most had hot dinners. And many wouldn't even consider doing a recorded video like that. Fact. That's true. That is very true. Kay is saying, what? Large police at the school? Really? Uh, which school are we talking about, Kay? The high school? Bingo, Salty. I've been saying this for days. Law enforcement needs to come out and hold a press conference and put everything to rest, calm everybody down, tell everybody where they're at with the investigation, and shut it down and move on. Period. That's what needs to happen. It's needed to happen for days. Things are going crazy with this. Absolutely crazy. And the thing is Trevor didn't go looking for her. She reached out to him. So with that whole thing, I'm just trying to gather what is the point with this. You know what I mean? It again, don't get me wrong, it's a horrible thing, but this is not going to bring Sebastian home. This isn't finding him right now. It's a distraction in some ways, and I just think it should have been, done in a different way. Maybe Trevor did a great job. It's not him. He was amazing. He didn't even say a word. He did a great job with that. So props to you, Trev. You did awesome. So I just don't get it, guys. That's the only thing I can think of is random the dime is to show his character, and I get that. That does make sense, okay? But again, I just people are gonna come at her. I know they are. I hope you have some kind of documentation where you can say, hey, here it is, now leave me alone. Because that's just how it works on YouTube, and it's unfortunate. It is not the place or the time. I agree, Terry. No. Listen, seriously. That's what I'm saying. But see, he's not found yet. Once, if Sebastian were to be found, that's what I think. I don't want to be misunderstood. Please don't misunderstand me. How can I put this so that it does come off the right way? Once Sebastian comes home, that's when I think that needs to be seen that way. I'm not saying it didn't need to come out. I'm saying it didn't need to come out right here and now at this moment while we're still trying to find him. That's all. Um, that's what I meant. Seriously, that's a hey, Draw. Welcome. Good to see you again tonight, dear. So wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us. Excuse me. That's what I mean. I mean, we really didn't gain anything. It gives us a character basis, I guess you could say, based on what she's telling us. And if it all turns out to be 100% true, okay, I get it, and I appreciate the fact that you're giving I guess you could say a warning to keep maybe he shouldn't be around people's children, but that's one side of a two-sided story. He should be able to come out and say this is what happened this way, and this way. She should have her documentation as well, and once that's all cleared, then it should clarify everything, and then everybody can understand that. This happens a lot where one person will say one thing, somebody else comes out and says, well, this is how it happened. That person's not there to defend themselves, and then they don't get to speak on it, and everybody makes a judgment based off of that. Then that person comes out, people don't believe them. I've seen it happen time and time again. The things that were said in that interview, they're bad. They're just bad. anybody that would treat a child that way, especially their own child, that's just not cool. Okay. Now, everybody can perceive that however they want to. Yeah, he said, she said. Now, if she comes out with all these documents and these papers and says, here it is, here it is, here it is, okay. Now, that's going to be a different situation altogether. You know what I mean? Honestly, at this point, though, is what I'm trying to say, guys, and I don't want it to come off as crude. What she did was horrific and very hard for people to do, I'm sure. But I'm so much more worried about where Sebastian is that I just think it was the wrong place and the wrong time, is all I'm saying. Nothing, I don't mean anything rude or disrespectful by it at all. It's just, it wasn't the time right now for this. That's all. That's my opinion. And nobody has to agree with me. I understand completely how people feel. um, Hold on a minute, guys. Right. Same here, Kimber. Same here. I just think it was the wrong time for it. That's all. Uh, oh, thank you, Clue. I was getting ready to explain it to Draw. Welcome, Doc. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, let me get back over here, guys. By the way, my apologies. Talking. I'm not paying attention to time and things like that. So hold on a minute. Go. We got just a few minutes, and this is about to kick up. Jonathan Correa Gomez. Welcome. Stepfather and mother guilty. I respect your guys' feelings 100%. I do. Everybody has their right to that too. And I'm asking everybody in here, everybody has their own opinions and feelings about this. Please respect that. Okay. Some people want think one thing, some people think another thing. Please respect each other is the only thing I want. And allow people to have their opinions without going at them. That's all I'm saying, guys. Please. That's the only thing I'm asking from anybody. You guys are doing amazing so far. Thank you very much for that. Let's keep that going. It was pretty long, wasn't it, Clue? I thought it was a really long. I didn't expect it to be that long. Guys, give me one moment here. I'll be right back with you. All right, I'm back. I'm back. It has been a long day. Sometimes you just got to say what you got to say, and it all just comes out without realizing what all came out. That's a good point, Leslie. It really is. Is anybody picking anything up on the scanner? You see or hear anything, Clue? Let me see if I can pick anything up. Hold on. What are we talking about, Terry? Did Seth call who or who call him? Oh, okay, gotcha, Clue. We should be getting started at any time here, guys. Just hang loose. We're getting rolling here in a second. Just waiting for it to kick up. What are we talking about again? Seth called who or who called Seth? You Eburn, so busy. You haven't watched my video yet. I have not gotten to Leslie, but I promise you I'm going to. I promise you I'm going to. In fact, I'm writing a note to myself right now. It's sitting there and I'm waiting. I want to check it out. I'm putting it on a post-it right now. Post-its. I've watched. Wait, which one is it, Leslie? 'Cause I've watched a few of those over the past couple days. I don't think I watched that one in particular, but I haven't. I've just had not a lot of time, as you guys can see. Thank you, Jingles. Oh, Nina and Seth, they spoke. See, I didn't catch that part of it. Sorry about that. That's my fault. My fault. That I didn't see or hear. So what I'm understanding is that this hasn't started yet because he's waiting on Seth to jump up on, and that's what the holdup is. So hang loose, folks. Please and thank you. Mm. tonight. That's true. Jingles. Tia Michelle, welcome back. Good to see you. Trail Musings 14, welcome back. Good to see you. I don't know, I don't know who called who, Cherry. My understanding is that she reached out to Trev, not Seth, but Trev. And that's what my understanding is. I don't know other than that. I see somebody donated to the channel through the cash. I think it's Cash App. Yes. Thank you so much for that. There's no name, it's anonymous, but and I understand some people just don't want their names put out there for that. I appreciate you very much from the deepest depths of my soul. That is how I continuously do this. It pays the bills, guys. So thank you so much for that, whoever you are. God bless. Grace says, I think Nina said she called Seth, but not sure about Trev. Gotcha. And there was a note with it. It doesn't matter how much it is. It could, if it's $2, it all adds up, guys. I don't care if it's 10 cents. I appreciate that more than you know. It all adds up and it helps me to keep paying my internet, my StreamYard, everything. That's how I pay for this, guys, to keep doing this with you guys. So don't ever worry about that. Thank you so much for that. God bless you. And thank you for that, War Eagle. By the way, the things that I've received through the Amazon wish list that was put out, guys, thank you so much for that. The coffee, the extra things that I helps me to do what I do daily. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for all of that as well. God bless. Appreciate that so very much. Exactly, chemistry. Thank you to whoever you are. You are amazing. Penn Dizzy, good to see you. It's been a while. Welcome, Annie Peterson. Good to see you tonight. Come on in, guys. It should be any moment now. We'll be going up with this. Come on in. Grab a seat. Excuse me. And since we're all sitting in here, thank you, War Eagle. Since we're all sitting in here, guys, just kind of hanging out, could you do me a favor and light up this chat with the green hearts to support Sebastian because it's his favorite color. And let's show some love to Sebastian by throwing it in the chat and lighting it up, guys. You guys did it earlier. It was amazing. Let's do it if we can. Please, please, please. What's going on about my Discord? What's the matter, Gray? And Clue. What are we talking about here? Oh my God, that was quick. You guys are amazing. Look at that. Light it up, guys. Light it up. It's okay, Victoria. Just throw some hearts in there. I know how you feel. It's all right. Throw some hearts in there, some praying hands, whatever you guys got. Throw it in there. No worries at all. Which one, Clue? The one that I put up? The one that I showed? Thank you so much, Deb Wilkes. Appreciate that. First, a super chat we got going here. Thank you. Or super sticker. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Okay, hold on a minute, Clue. I'll see if I can pull it back up for you. Wait a minute. What's this? Are you talking about the one that shows the one that says that Nina told him that Faith witnessed Chris hitting Sebastian? Is that the one you're talking about? Again, thank you so much for that super sticker. That's amazing. Because that's out of the Facebook group. Mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. If that's the one you're asking about, let me know. That's the one. See? Oh, hold on. If this is the post you're talking about, hon, um, yeah, see the title? It's that Sebastian Rogers one. Shalane Criswell is the one that posted it. If it's still in there, hopefully. Hell yeah. Looks like Chemistry Queen just gifted 10 memberships. That's so awesome, Chemistry. Thank you so much. Wow. Hold on 1 second here, guys. One moment here. Where is it? Let me see who got it. Okay, it looks like Kim, WSU mom, Kim was gifted a membership. Jingles was gifted. Nevada, aka Christy, was gifted. Terry Dean was gifted. The Sicilian Queen was gifted. Teresa S. gifted. Lee Bart, B. Williams, Summer Vibes, and Whitney Hare. Wow. Congratulations and thank you so very, very much for that, Chemistry Queen. That's amazing. Welcome to all the new meatballs, and God bless each and every one of you. Welcome to this channel and this community. We appreciate and love you very much. Karma dropping a $2 super chat. Thank you for that, Karma. Thank you very much. That was amazing, Chemistry Queen. Thank you so much. God bless you. And thank you, Karma, so very much. You are appreciated. God bless each and every one of you guys. Thank you. Welcome to the new meatballs and welcome to the sauce, everybody. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for that so very much. Welcome to the new meatballs. Great to have you guys here. Awesome. Awesome. Wow, Chemistry, that was amazing. Thank you so much. So, CL says, we are to believe that she never called the police and reported that. Which part of it, CL? Because she did state in some of it that she did call. Wow, look at you guys. $20 super sticker coming from Kimber. That is amazing. Thank you for that. So very much appreciated, guys. You guys rock and roll. So very much. Once again, one more time. Kimber, thank you. Appreciate you so much. Okay. Thank you, Licity. I appreciate that. I'm afraid to jump off here because I don't want to miss any of this interview. That's a good point. If her daughter saw that, then why did she not say something to somebody? That's a very important thing to state. I agree. Wholehearted. You know what, guys? Do me a quick favor since we are waiting. If you don't mind, if you're okay with it, I should say. Let me know where you guys are tuning in from so I can see where we're getting this out to. I really like seeing that. Doesn't matter where it is. And if you're not comfortable with it, you don't have to do it. Don't worry about it. But throw that in the chat if you don't mind, guys. Please, please, please. Thank you, Sammy Reeser, so very much. I want to see how far this is going today. Wear safety goggles. We got Tennessee in the house, Oklahoma in the house, Kuna, Idaho, Northern California, Omaha, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Scotland. Pauline Young coming from over the pond out of Scotland. That's awesome. Brampton, Canada. That's awesome. Columbus, North Carolina. Michigan's in the house as well. Lancashire, UK. Brampton, Canada. West Virginia, Mississippi. North Carolina. Georgia. Raleigh, North Carolina. We got a Nashville in the house. Hey, hey, Pennsylvania. What's up, neighbor? Good to see you, Karma. Of course, South Carolina. Never go wrong there. Nova Scotia, Canada. That's awesome. San Francisco, California, bro. Texas is in the house. Barbados. That's awesome. Springfield, Tennessee. Another Lancashire, UK. Welcome, welcome. The Sicilian Queen is tuning in from New York. I love it, love it. Welcome, Sicilian Queen. And Carmody says Ireland. That's awesome. North Carolina, Saskatoon, Canada. Deb Wilkes. That's amazing. Come on here. Let's see. I know I missed some at the top. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All right, all right. Upstate New York. Philly Burb. That's awesome. Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. Mr. Annie Ruler. That's awesome. Vancouver. Awesome. Georgia. Let me see. Clarksville, Tennessee, Peoria, Illinois, Ohio, another Ohioan, Toronto. Oh, here we go. Something's about to happen. Let's see here. Excuse me. South Central Pennsylvania, Utah, Scotland again, Western Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Northern California, South Dakota, Oregon, another Michigan, Henderson, Nevada, Tennessee, Texas. All right, you guys are amazing. That's so awesome. So we're a little bit everywhere, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. 1 second. Indiana's in Florida. Yep, I got it here, B. We're getting ready to roll it out. Just waiting for him to get to it. I'm loading it in. Mayhem and Miracles coming from Ontario. That's awesome. Great to see you. Great to have you. Yes, we are, Miss Jody. Patriots in the house. Good to see you again. Come on in, everybody. That's a good point there, Alice. Why, thank you, Mayhem and Miracles. I love that you love this channel. I appreciate you so very much. Leslie and Billy, of course. Yeah, that's another thing, guys, is the oh Lord. I just lost my train of thought. They left. They pulled out and they left, by the way. The United Cajun Navy. They are gone and out of here. Miss Sherry dropping that 16-month being a member thing. That's so very awesome, Miss Sherry. Thank you so much for that. You are so amazing. We appreciate you so very much around here. You do a lot for this channel and always have, and I appreciate you and love you so very much, ma'am. Thank you for being a part of this community. Yeah, Clue, it's coming up now. He's doing some other things real quick. He said first, and then it's loaded and ready to go. So we're about to go do this. Tennessee chick, I agree with you. Miss Shelley. a member for 7 months. That's awesome. Yep, he's live, Kimber. He's not talking about it yet. Instead, he's got to do some housekeeping stuff first. I got it loaded and ready to go. As soon as Seth pops up there, we're going into it. Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. Do you mind putting up a poll to get numbers of people wanting proper surveillance mandatory for business? No, I have no problem with that at all, Terry. Let me get through this part of this, and we will do that poll. Just remind me here as soon as we get through this interview. I'll throw it up. No problem. All right, here we go.
No doubt. Now, first off, I want to do this for you really quick. You doing that thing out there, bro. You doing that thing. I just want you to know that. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate all that you have been doing, because somebody's got to do it. And I don't really see anybody else spearheading this situation. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I am my son's voice.
No doubt. No doubt. How has things been recently?
It's been like a John Grisham novel, to be honest.
Hmm.
Thank you. Yes, I'm live. I'm not putting you on the camera. Nobody wants to see you in your pajamas.
I'm sure there's some people that do. But when you say John Grisham,
I want to see you in your pajamas.
Hold on, time out. You're being silly now. But when you say it's like a John Grisham novel, what do you mean by that exactly?
Just the amount of weird shit. I mean, can I cuss on here?
Yeah, you good, bro. It's a late night show. It's a Friday. We good.
All right. It's just some weird stuff has been going on as of late that it's just weird. My volunteers have been having people follow them while they handed out flyers and stuff like that. So
people are getting followed, you said?
Yep.
Do you mind expanding on that a little bit?
I just tell my volunteers that get together to help pass out flyers for Sebastian. They noticed that vehicles be following them, and I told them if they see anybody following them, get their license plate number, and I pass it off to TBI.
That's what's up. Wow. So people are getting followed, allegedly. People are getting followed who are just passing out flyers, volunteers that are just contributing in trying to find your son. That's very odd. Have you seen anything like that yourself? Have you been followed?
Can't intimidate me. I have a goal in mind.
Gotcha. Have you already reported that? Because that basically says yes to me. So have you reported that at all to TBI or any law enforcement at all, that you have been followed?
Yeah.
Has it changed as of late, or are you still getting followed?
Tennessee chick.
I haven't been followed today.
When did you go ahead?
Today, if they wanted to know where I've been, I mean, they can ask me. Whoever wants to follow me, I was at church 3 times today. It's Good Friday. Time to go to Mass.
Right on. When did you report that?
Mass?
Go ahead. What were you saying?
Did you go to Mass?
Not yet. I'm a bad boy. I'm burning in the fiery pits of hell. I know.
I'll get down and help make sure that you don't stay there long.
I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that. But when did you go ahead? Say that again.
It's always time to change.
Right. Always time. But when did you report to TBI that you were actually getting followed? Was that yesterday or was that a few days ago?
I've reported some license plate numbers to TBI. I let them know a couple weeks ago that some of my volunteers were being followed.
Mm. That's just crazy to me. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
That's very, very weird. We might circle back to that question here in a second, or at least that topic here in a second. But I do have some questions. I know that there has been some updates. You and Katie Proudfoot, at least Katie Proudfoot, were in the same room with TBI, and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation
Well,
with TBI?
the video with the two flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out of the neighborhood.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen the,
Like,
at least what
Nick only
Harris
showed a piece of
put
that.
out here. Now,
That was it.
and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, and the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So okay, so it was a cropped segment, or a cropped section of a very big
it's understandable
picture.
I mean, I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So
broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3:00 was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
I see. Okay. So then,
he wanted people to log in to follow. And
Right.
if he's watching this now, he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
He's talking about Nick Barris.
No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
I can understand getting upset about that, for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But, I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black, or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road. And so it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that it was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned around and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
I
They're
did
on
go
throughout the night
through.
and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in that neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it,
I did look up the trash times. That doesn't mean they don't start early. You know what I mean? But that's their standard time is 6 a.m.
I recognized the house. So I knew the angle because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know, he is boots on the ground in Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find his son. He has been missing for the past month now. It's, I'm sure, extremely daunting. As you can tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen until you find Sebastian, but still, I know that you're doing a lot of work
Came out after
to
Deb.
try to bring your son home.
I feel better today. I've been to church 3 times. I've done mass. I'll be at church again tomorrow for Holy Saturday, and then it's Easter Sunday. And I'm just praying for a miracle. So,
Okay,
Same here.
crew. Thank you,
Same
dear.
here.
well, you go to mass for that, then, buddy.
I will be. I will be for sure. I will be sure for sure. But one thing I do want to point out really quick to everybody, real quick, right now, is that there is a GoFundMe right now. This is to help Seth stay boots on the ground out in that area. Okay. Before we continue on in our conversation, please, guys, I'm going to make sure that it is posted in the posted at the top of the chat, in the family chat, so that you guys can go. Please, their goal is to just hit $18,000. They're almost there. Okay, $1.
No,
It
it
doesn't
came out
matter.
afterward.
Penny, it doesn't matter. Whatever you can contribute is still a step in the right direction. So please go over to his GoFundMe, show some love, show some support. There's some other things that I will be sharing with you guys as well. If you want to contribute in other ways, we will be talking about that a little bit later on in the conversation. Okay, but go to that GoFundMe if it moves you so. All right, this man is boots on the ground as we speak. So go over there and help if you can. Okay, and we will be talking about volunteers here in just a little bit as well. Okay, just to give you guys all a heads up if you want to get out there and help search for Sebastian. Now, you went there, you checked out this video, the full scope of this video. What we saw as regular people, okay, the people that are very passionate and really caring and that care about finding Sebastian.
Thank you so much,
footage
Seth.
that we saw was a cropped video up in the top right hand corner of this very big, a much bigger picture.
Yes,
So
sir.
you saw day and night. What else was being said or talked about or shown to you with TBI?
I had requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with CADE Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Yes.
Was Chris Proudfoot there
No.
in the footage?
No. Chris was in Memphis.
Okay, so Chris was definitely in Memphis. Okay. But when you saw them leaving, were they with anybody? Were they alone? Just the two of them going into this car?
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question. Did you see any footage from inside
No.
Texas Roadhouse? No.
They just told, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better. You guys want to know why I was smiling? That's because yesterday I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current, it's not up to date,
Mhm.
but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
No doubt. No doubt. And I can only imagine. So when you saw him walking out of Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother, was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was
No.
last seen in? Okay. Okay. After seeing that footage, I know it made you happy to see him. Of course, you miss your son. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie, between you and Katie, after seeing this footage?
No.
When was the last time you spoke with Katie before TBI? Before the TBI meeting?
It's been a couple weeks.
It's been a couple weeks. Wow. Have you seen them, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, boots on the ground, searching along with you at
I
all?
haven't.
Even at the beginning when you came into town, when you first came into town?
Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think. And after that, no. They
Okay.
say that they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
Gotcha.
Which, I mean, it kind of, if you got more than one person doing it, it would be, in the grand scheme of things, it would make sense to split up to conquer the area.
Right. It would, wouldn't it?
It would.
So let me ask you. Let's talk about the search that you had with Chris. What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't. It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay. I see. So my question is too, just going back to the TBI meeting, the most recent one you had, aside from those videos, was there any new leads or anything that they told you?
They're not going to tell me. It's an active investigation. They're not going to tell me.
Are you satisfied with their investigation thus far?
Asking me that question is like asking me if I like the hamburger that I see you cooking. I haven't seen the finished result yet. Finished result is me getting my son back. The sooner we do that, the sooner I'll tell you how happy I am.
Gotcha. I see.
If that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. That does.
I agree.
I like
Shelby.
food.
So do I. So do I. I'm a hell of a cook. We gotta sit down and throw down sometime, my brother. When we finally get to meet.
What's your favorite cuisine?
Well, I'm okay. I make a mean steak. My steak is fire. Okay, bar none.
Now, what do you mean by a mean steak? Do you slice it open in the middle and shove it full of jalapenos and cheese
No, I
and
don't
garlic?
do. No, I don't do any of that crazy stuff. No, just
You
cook
throw
it.
it on a slab and sear it on both sides and serve it bloody?
Serve it right all day long. Serve it right. Okay. All right. and a mean fennel puree with some asparagus. Now you're getting me hungry, man. Now you're getting me hungry, bro.
He's talking about
You
some
should have gone
gourmet
to
stuff
church.
here, folks.
Oh, well, I will be in the church soon. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. So when it comes back to the conversation, because now we start talking about food, I'm going to get hungry. But after your conversation, have you seen Chris? When you saw Katie Proudfoot, did you see Chris?
No.
Okay, so he wasn't there at all.
He wasn't there physically. No.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you looking into any private investigators or lawyers at all?
Investigators? I've got 4 of them.
Oh, you got 4.
I told
Right
you
on.
guys. I knew he had
I'm
an
not playing.
FBI.
Gotcha. I see.
That's where I get a lot of my leads from.
Gotcha. Seeing any footage or anything of that sort, has that moved you to make any movements as of late? None?
Nope. I've gotten some tips. United Cajun Navy was here. They left. They were getting the death threats.
Yes, I do want to talk to you about that as well. So I want to bring that up real quick because I'm a little confused, to be honest. But they are. I'm just pulling this up really, really quick. Cajun Navy is calling off searching for Sebastian. What's up with that, Seth? Why is that happening? Why did that happen? What's up with that?
I mean, they're helping search to find my son, and people are threatening them, trying to run them over with a truck, throwing stuff at them. I mean, these people are trying to help me find my son. And this is the kind of welcome they got to Tennessee. The state of volunteers. And these people came to volunteer to help. Not everybody's perfect. That's why I told everybody you need to drop your egos and understand that Sebastian is the focus of this. The end goal is to find Sebastian alive and well.
Mm-hmm.
And some people decide to let their egos get in the way.
Gotcha. And so because of that, and of course they were getting threats, allegedly, that's why they're gone. Are they coming back at all? Did they just take a day off? What's the story here?
They called me this morning and they said that because of the death threats that they have to pull back because not only are they getting threats, but their family members are getting threats.
Oh, come on, man.
I cannot be liable for somebody. I'm trying to find my son.
No doubt.
And the last thing I want is somebody, I cannot on my conscience have somebody having their family getting threatened because they're trying to help me find my son. I mean, I've already told my volunteers, be careful, stay in groups. At 5 o'clock, I know we still got a couple hours of daylight left, but I want my volunteers to be safe too. So I've told them at 5 o'clock, I need you all to go ahead and call it quits for the night. You may not want to, but your life is precious as well. My son's life is precious, but I'm not willing to risk other people's lives for my son's life.
That's just that's crazy. That shouldn't be
happening. I ain't worried.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry. Say that last thing.
Said mine, on the other hand, I'm not worried. I'll be your Huckleberry.
I heard that. And yeah, I it is frustrating and tragic that they that's frustrating and tragic that they left. I got to be honest. And as a father as well, I can only imagine how that feels. But as far as volunteers go, has that changed in the volume
like who was
and the reception and the attendance of volunteers down there?
Thank you so very much.
A little bit.
I appreciate
I mean, people are conscious of their own well-being. I can't expect people to, be threatened or anything else to help me find my son.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry that's happening to you, brother. But I want to bring this up really quick. Go ahead.
This is what it tells me.
Shoot.
People don't want me to find my son. Well, they can rot in hell, and people in hell also want ice water. And I have iced tea.
I got you. But for those of y'all who want to stay in heaven and want to help volunteer, can you let them know where they can go and volunteer? They need as many boots on the ground, okay, out there, guys. So can you tell them where they can go and when you guys are starting your search tomorrow morning and all that?
Right now, you just need to kind of pay attention to the Facebook pages. I will be at church tomorrow. I mean, I'm taking this weekend to get my leads in place so that I have viable leads on where I can send people. There's a couple groups that are out there that feel the same way that I do about my son. You can't scare them. They're meeting. They've got things on Facebook.
Gotcha.
So where they're showing up, they showed up today.
Yes,
I think it was like 35 or 40 of them. And they went and handed out flyers and searched a couple areas.
Hey, yeah, they're good to
I
see.
know all that sort of stuff. At the same point in time, during this interview, I've already ignored 8 telephone calls from people who are calling in to find out what the game plan is and to tell me information.
Well, I won't keep you on very long. I know that you got a lot going on. I got a few more questions for you, but I do want to bring up all these things so that people know where to go. So, is it still 90 Volunteer Drive, Hendersonville?
They are not there anymore.
Okay. So, where do they go now?
We do not have a location currently for everybody to meet up. When I choose a location, it will go out the night before. That way, I can get there and scope the area, make sure that it's a safe gathering spot for people.
Okay. So, how are you going to let us know, or will you let me know at least so we can put it up online, let people know? Go ahead.
Let you know. I have your number. I have a couple other YouTubers' number, and I've got people with Facebook.
Right. And I also, just to clarify, guys, the threats that
he's got
that
Clue's
the
number.
Cajun Navy were receiving were not from content creators. It was actually just people living in the area or outside the area that just wanted to muck things up. Okay. So it's not any content creator that threw out any threats, just to correct the conversation in the family chat, just so you know. Okay. Now, go ahead.
Me personally, I've been balancing media and content creators for over 30 days now since I started this. And I love y'all. I mean, I understand some of y'all want clicks and y'all want followers and things like that. And that does not bother me. Everybody's got to have a job so they can make money. At the same point in time, I know that the more clicks and people that you have following you, the more people will hear me. That means more people out there. I told you, I want the world to help me find my son.
No doubt.
Absolutely. That's what this is all
That's
about,
absolutely
right?
right. The
That
more
right
engagement,
there.
the more likes, etc., the more this story and this conversation gets out there and more awareness goes out there for Sebastian. And that's what we're here for. Real talk. That's what we're here for. So let's get back into it. Footsteps or footprints, I'm sorry, that were found near this water retention pond. Can we talk a little bit about that? Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and there went the light. And they searched it. I asked them about it because I listened to the phone call from the dispatcher to the officers, and I brought that to their attention, and they said that they searched that pond.
Okay. And they found, obviously, or I'm assuming they found nothing, because if they did find something, we'd all know about it by now, correct?
Yes, that was 30 days ago.
Gotcha. I'm going to go back into the conversation about things around the house and whatnot. Now, the cars, okay? There's something that's just really been burning away at me, and I'm just curious about, have they looked at I understand that they've gone through Katie's car. They've combed through that like crazy, but have they looked at the navigation of her
They want
car?
information.
They won't divulge that information. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I'm not part of the investigation. Questions like that would be things that would be part of the investigation. And yeah, they're not going to tell me that stuff. So I don't
Gotcha.
even bother asking about it.
Gotcha.
Because, yeah.
I see. Okay. Now, I know that you, a long time ago, because I know you just did a recent interview, and this is the one thing that I got a little confused about, and I understand you know, could be lack of sleep, could be just answering the same doggone questions 15,000 times over.
Amen,
And
Zelda.
just, but I remember in the interview that you had in the past, you said something about the dogs catching a scent going into a construction site and it just stopping in that construction site. But just recently, I think just yesterday or the day before, you did an interview with local news, and you said that the dogs did not catch any scent.
That's what they're telling me now.
So the scent that the dogs picked up near this construction site was not that of Sebastian Rogers?
That's what they told me.
Good to see you
That's
They
tonight.
said
very
the
interesting.
thing that I received when I asked questions previously was false information.
Interesting. Interesting. It's very interesting. I guess I keep wondering about those things because it just, I know it was said before, and then things have changed. Like things that we've heard from the Proudfoots, they have changed over time. Now, I get it that during trauma, during nerves, being interrogated, sometimes information slips through the cracks, right? Sometimes you forget things, so on and so forth. But there's been things that have been added in later on in their conversations and in their interviews. Like, you saw the Nancy Grace interview, did you not?
No, I kind of stopped watching the interviews after a particular one where I found out a lot of stuff that, about CPS and stuff. I kind
Yes.
of really, I guess I probably should turn around and watch more of them, but that kind of hurt me. So
So you found out about CPS from watching the conversation that they had with another podcaster. That's the first and only time you heard about Chris putting his hands on your son, Sebastian, that
I
would
just
garner
don't
him
understand
a
that.
visit by CPS. Am I correct?
yes,
So you never heard anything from any officials of any sort about this, even Katie Proudfoot as well. You never heard anything from her too.
no,
All right, I'm going to ask you a hard question. Has Sebastian ever spoken to you about the dynamics inside the Proudfoot's home?
nope. I really wish he had, because here in Tennessee, everybody's a mandated reporter. And if I had known some of this stuff that was going on, it would have been a phone call. I'd have called Clarksville PD, Montgomery County Sheriff's.
I bet. I would too.
My son would probably still be here right now.
So, question, because he says he only used the belt once and CPS was called. Do you believe it only happened once?
Doesn't really matter what I believe. I know that he admitted that it happened.
Gotcha. It's interesting because we dissected it this morning, and he said something completely different on Nancy Grace.
What's that,
He said
Jody?
that wasn't the case. The inconsistencies are not good and very frustrating, just as a fellow parent here as well. And I keep wondering if there was ever any conversation or any hint at Sebastian having any issues or any problems with
There was a
Chris
couple
or
times-
anybody at that home. Please
Well,
continue.
there was a couple times my son would get frustrated on days that I was going that I was taking him back to his mom's.
Mhm.
And I don't want to go back. I hate going there. Well, he's a kid. I understand. I don't like to leave my house either. But when I asked him about it, he wouldn't tell me. And if he had, then I could have done something. But he didn't. So now I'm looking for it.
I see. So if I'm correct, you've asked him directly?
Yeah.
And he said nothing to you.
There was drama over
He said
that, yeah.
nothing to me. I don't know if he was trying to protect me from what was going on there. I don't know what his reasoning was for it.
Yeah.
And I want him. My job is to protect him, and it kind of makes me feel like I failed because he wasn't able to tell me, so I can do something about it.
Seth, I'm sorry this is how you found out. Real talk.
Me too.
I'm really sorry this is how you found out. It does break my heart that all this has gone down the way it's gone down. I really wish there was more clarity with these timelines, with the math, because the math is just
Not mathing.
Thank you,
it's just not
Clue,
mathing.
for that
It's just not
info.
mathing to me.
That's important to know. I appreciate that.
So I'll ask you, because you did ask Sebastian when it was time to go home or time to go back to the Proudfoot's home, he would get upset, right? He would get.
That was the second. That was not the last time that I took him, but the time before.
Did you?
And I asked him, and did he? I don't get it. I don't understand why he didn't tell me.
Maybe he was scared.
Has he told anyone in your family? Has he told anyone else about this at all?
Don't know. I do not know.
I gotcha. Because
But I gotta find him so I can make up for it.
of course.
I gotta
But-
find him so I can tell him that he's got to talk to me. He's got to talk to me so I know what I can do.
I understand that. And I hope you do have that opportunity to have that conversation
I'm
with your
praying,
son.
praying every day.
Me too. We all are.
You need
All
to
the-
go to church though.
I do. I most definitely do.
At least
But
make sure you go on Sunday. I mean, it's Easter Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course. I'll be there
I
on
need-
Sunday.
I need
whole
an
family.
Easter school, okay?
Yes. I mean, everybody needs to go. Okay.
And maybe-
Whatever you pray to.
Maybe it's just you need to go into church. It's just that one prayer that gets him back to me.
I'm with it. I have no problem doing that. And I'm sure everybody else in the family chat and of course, if you agree, if you're down with it, fam, put in that green heart emoji in the chat right now for Sebastian. Okay. Show as much love as you can. He needs it. Because I understand that there could be a possibility of him running away because he's trying to get away, possibly, okay? Possibly get away from the household in which he is in. If he's not happy at the Proudfoot's home, there's a possibility of him trying to, you see what I'm saying, run away or get to you. Have you thought about that possibly?
I have. I've been to. Me and his godfather have been out to the homeless encampments trying to get a hold of people. Turned around and I contacted. I had somebody contact Montgomery County for me, and then I passed that information on to Sumner County to pull video cameras from the Parks and Recreation, so that hopefully we can pull. They can find some information along those lines. I've made. I mean, there's flyers everywhere in Clarksville, Oak Grove, Guthrie. Any place that I have driven through that would be close. So that way, and I've talked to the police departments up here. They know.
I see.
I'm going to make sure everybody knows my son.
Of course. I think a
And
lot of people know
it's
your son, but yeah.
and when I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while.
Oh yeah. I get it. I get it. I'm hoping for nothing but a positive outcome with everything here.
Just gotta find it.
Yeah. I know.
I need everybody heads up, eyes open.
Have you reached out to any other organizations, or have any other organizations like search and rescue type of organizations reached out to you at all? Because it's still kind of mind blowing that Cajun Navy is gone now, and it's kind of now kind of gone back down to you running it solo. Has anybody else, any other organizations reached out to you at all?
We've reached out. We're waiting on word back. We're not the only people in the world that need help.
That's true. That's
So
very true.
we're just waiting our turn in the lottery system, I guess, for somebody to reach back out to us.
Equisearch at all?
They were here 2 weeks ago.
Could they circle back and come back and do another round for a week or so?
We're hoping. We've reached out.
Okay. Well, for those of y'all who are watching right now that have any connections to any other search rescue type of organizations, can you please reach out to them? It takes 2 seconds to send out that message to that friend, to that person who's the higher up, whatever it may be. Okay. We really need to get this young boy back home as quickly as possible. So please, if you can, reach out, because we got a lot of people watching right now, a gang of people watching right now. If you guys can please use your connections for the greater good, that'd be greatly appreciated.
I
You want
got
to say
some
something?
information for you.
Let's go.
All right. The rudder at Anchor High Marina has agreed to allow us to use their parking lot as a command center until searches are over and Sebastian is found. The address is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075.
126 River Road, Hendersonville,
Yep,
Tennessee, 37075. Correct?
that is correct.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat it again for everybody. Okay, and what is that facility called? Just so everybody, if it has something written on the side of it or something like that.
It's called The Rudder.
The Rudder. Okay, everybody. Of course, you heard Seth That's breaking news right now, just so you guys know. Please, if you're in the area, if you're 45 minutes away, if you are 30 minutes away, if you're an hour away, it doesn't matter. It takes 2 seconds to hop in a car and drive your butt down and help out.
There will be no searches on Sunday due to Easter.
Okay.
I want everybody to spend time with your family. You don't ever know when you're not going to have them again. So enjoy the time that you have with them. They're saying that they'll have searches tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. and that all other times it will be 9:30 to 6 Monday, starting on Monday.
Okay. Okay. So you guys know the Rudder. Okay. The place is called the Rudder. It's 126 River Road,
It's a
Hendersonville.
restaurant. If you're hungry, feel free to get something to eat.
It's a restaurant as well. So it's a restaurant called the Rudder. The address, again, just for everybody who's watching, everybody, even those in the nosebleed seats, okay? We need your help too. The address for the Rudder Restaurant is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. The zip code is 37075. Again, 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Zip code is 37075. They start tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. till 6 p.m. They're taking Sunday off because it is the holy day. It is Sunday, or Easter Sunday, I'm sorry. But they will reconvene back on Monday at that same spot, the Rudder Restaurant, at 9:30 a.m. And hopefully that will be the headquarters or the meeting spot, the rendezvous spot from this point on, okay? Just so you guys know. All right. Again, please go and check those things out. If you can get down there, it takes 20 minutes. Get out there and just do 20 minutes of a search. That's 20 minutes that we can get closer to finding Sebastian Rogers. Okay. Now, the other thing, though, too, I do want to bring up as well. Of course, there is a reward for any information on Sebastian's whereabouts. Can you explain a little bit more about how to add to the reward if they want to help add to the reward?
There's an attorney, which I gave you that information.
Thank you,
I don't know
Brady,
if you can
very
post
much.
it or not.
Yes,
But
I'll pull it up.
there's an attorney in Nashville. This reward was put up by the businesses in Hendersonville. And if anybody wants to donate to the reward, the last time I checked, it was at $3,500. You would take in a check into the attorney. The attorney will give you a receipt for it. It goes into an escrow. And that's right there. James Brian Lewis. And then he'll give you a receipt. It'll go into an escrow account.
I'm pausing that for a second in case anybody wants that information right there. James Brian Lewis, 1300 Division Street, Suite 307, Nashville, Tennessee, 37203. All donations will be held in an escrow account, and that is to go towards the reward to find Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know about that. Thank you, Teresa Alvarado.
If information leads to the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers and the rescue of him, either or, let's go with rescue, then they'll turn around and that's the reward that they'll get. It's at $3,500.
So if you guys can contribute, if you're interested in contributing and you don't want to do the GoFundMe, but you want to contribute in another way, you can do the reward. Okay. All the information is right here on the screen as we speak. So please go over there, check it out. If you can donate, that'll be greatly appreciated. You know, one thing though, I'm curious about is, when we talk about your GoFundMe, and I will be throwing these back up here, guys, again, before the show's over. and before this conversation is over, and the GoFundMe as well. That will be put back up here in a second. But I'm curious, the GoFundMe, speaking of that, I heard things that Proudfoots were upset with you about doing this GoFundMe. What's going on with that? Is there anything you can, tell us about that? Why is there tension about a GoFundMe?
Chris, Katie spoke with me, and we agreed not to do a GoFundMe for finding Sebastian Rogers. And my sister asked if she could start a GoFundMe just for me to help pay my bills while I'm looking for Sebastian. And I told her that's fine, just don't attach Sebastian to it at all. And she said, okay. And she didn't do that. And Chris got upset and threatened to get an attorney.
Okay.
We'll get you back in this.
And
It's 84.
personally,
Don't
I'd
worry
like to
about it.
thank everybody that donates to that, because that is paying my bills. And I did take a leave of absence, and I haven't been back to work since the 26th.
And I will say, I am very surprised that sorry, I'm just putting this in here, the GoFundMe, just so it's here for everybody to see. Okay. But I am very surprised that you were able to take a leave of absence without any issues at all whatsoever. Yet we heard, I don't know if they're still on their vacay, but they jumped into an RV and kick rocks. What are your thoughts on that? Because apparently it was because he didn't need to go back down there for work. What are your thoughts on that? I'm just curious.
I don't have any thoughts on that, man. This ain't about them.
If it's offered,
It is about
yeah.
Sebastian. They're adults. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. My son, on the other hand, is not an adult, and it's on the adult to find him, and that's what I'm doing.
Gotcha. Now, I know a lot of people have asked a lot of these kind of questions about Sebastian. But I do have to ask anyway. Is there anything that would, is there anything in particular that warms him up quickly, gets him very excited about things, or makes him become something that would connect someone to him quickly? Is it music? Is it video games? Is it comic books? Is it movies? Is there anything in particular that if someone was to see him from afar, is there anything that they could use or do to be able to bring him closer so we can call 911 to get him back to you?
Just call his name.
Just call his name.
Call his name, and if he turns around and sandy blonde hair, he may or may not still have his glasses. He had them, from my understanding, because they're missing out of his mama's house. But if he responds to his name and turns around and you see that smile right there, or even if you don't, you just see him, he may or may not be smiling right now. I don't know what kind of state he might be in. Just call 911. Call 911 immediately. He's going to need help. He's going to need help.
A few more questions. I know these are tough, and I know you've answered these a couple times, but I do have to ask. Now, has he ever had any type of erratic behavior? Has he ever had any moments of rebellion at all?
Did you really just ask if a teenage boy had a moment of rebellion?
Yeah, I know that was a dumb question, but I got to ask it anyway. Would he retaliate in a way that would be like something like him disappearing, hiding away for a little while, so on and so forth? That's what I mean.
No, he's not done that. I mean, the boy likes to try to sometimes hide and scare you, but it's like, it's not one of those runaway type things. He's never been one that elopes. He's never been one that wants to be away. So, no.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I do have a question, and this is between, well, you and me and a whole bunch of other people here, but
Actually, it's me in the world.
in the world. But I do have to ask you this because it is something that has been thrown out there quite a bit. So I say this with all the love in my heart. Okay, just a precursor, but there has been a lot of conversation about you allegedly having some sort of insurance, life insurance on Sebastian. Can you explain that a little bit?
I've had a Gerber grow up plan on him since he was like 4 years old.
Okay. Because I know that that's something that a lot of speculation is brewing around that specifically. So I'm just asking because, of course, that's just something that people have been bringing up and having conversations about.
Understand? Yeah, I think everybody should have insurance on their children. And with the Gerber grow up plan, the younger they are, I think you can put an I used to sell insurance in California. I
Right.
had my license for it. I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn. And that is the cheapest you'll ever get it. And with Gerber grow up, the price doesn't change. So when he turns 18, his policy literally will double, and yet he won't be paying more for it than when he was 4 years old when I got it for him.
I see. Okay.
Not to mention, say he wanted to take money out against it after he's 18 or 21, say he needed, something for school, for college, whatnot, he can actually borrow against his life insurance policy because it's not a term, it's a whole life. So he can actually use that kind of like a savings plan.
I see. I see.
I got you,
That
Terry.
makes sense to me.
And
That makes
here's a
sense.
I mean, if you have a newborn
Long,
child,
long time.
what was it? I think he told me if you put $4,000 into an IRA for your child just once, by the time they're 50, they all have over $1 million in their IRA. And that's just a one-time deposit. There's other things I should have done when he was younger that now I know. You should
Yeah,
always be preparing for your children's future, not just your own.
no doubt. It's your legacy, right?
He sure is.
It's your legacy.
You know, one day he's going to be my age or older and be like, my dad did a lot of things for me. I think I want to do the same things for my kids.
No doubt. I'm really praying for you, my brother. I am really praying for you. Is there anything else before we wrap up the show, this conversation? Is there anything else that you want to share with everyone out here before we sign off?
Thank you, everybody, for your prayers. Please keep your heads up, your eyes open. What if you all could be the person that sees my son? It could be the reason that I get him back.
I'm praying for you.
Thank
I'm
you.
praying for Sebastian. I'm praying for everyone that is looking right now. My heart goes out to Sebastian. My heart goes out to you, my brother. And you know what? My heart does go out to the Proudfoots as well. Regardless of what the court of public opinion thinks or how I feel or anything of that sort, I hope that if there is
Exactly.
information that's
saying
being
that.
withheld by any
Yeah.
parties or anyone around this particular case, I just pray that there is an Easter miracle and they find some moments to speak out and speak the truth. That's what I'm praying for.
What you're
So
doing, the will be set free in the light.
amen to that. Amen to that.
Tomorrow is a holy Saturday. Today was a good Friday. It could have been better. I'm praying for that Easter miracle.
Me too, brother.
Thank you,
Me.
Pastor.
Anytime. Anytime, Seth. You know I got you. You know everybody in this chat got you. Okay? We are team green heart emoji out here throughout all of these internet streets right now. All we want is clarity. All we want is transparency and the truth. And of course, finding this young man. That's all we want, just like you, right? So we are rooting for you and we got you. What are you going to say, Seth?
Said that's all I want. I just want my son back. I want my son found so I can have him back. Because right now he's lost.
Me too. I do want him found. And I think we all can agree in the chat right now. So, Seth, I'm going to let you go so you can continue doing what you're doing. Please, I just beg you. I know it's going to be very hard for you to do this, but it's one small request. Okay? One simple, small request. Even the good Lord rested on Sunday.
That was after 7 days.
After 7 days, I know, but you've been running ham. You've been going ham for days, for weeks now. So all I ask, so that you can be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to fight and keep soldiering on for your son, all I ask is you get just a little bit of shut-eye on Sunday or within the next 48 hours. You deserve it, and your body deserves it. We can't have a sleep-deprived Seth Rogers out here. We need a fully alert and ready and healthy Seth Rogers. So please bless your body with some rest this weekend. That's all I'm asking. And I'm not sitting here saying, do not feel that you taking a 2-hour nap is letting your son down. In fact, that's helping your son. It's keeping you strong. It's keeping you healthy. So please do that for me. And for everyone else here, please.
Bro,
Thank you. I know. Just try. Drink some chamomile tea, something. Get all fancy with that ish. You feel me?
I think I have some chamomile tea right here.
That's the worst things you could be drinking right now, my brother. Okay? But
No, at least it's not alcohol.
at least it's not that. Thank God it's not. But I'm just saying, hydrate, water. It's clear, not that. Put that down. Put it down. Put it down. Put that ish down. Get some proper sleep, my brother. Put it down. Don't you do that. Don't you dare do that. All right. I love you, man. I really do. Real talk. My heart goes out to you. I really want everything to change today, like right now, in finding him. I want nothing but positivity. And I just want the truth, just like you do, and finding your son. So I hope we do find him and find the truth, or at least some leads that get us closer to finding him. I do appreciate you sharing everything you did tonight. I know it's not easy, especially when you've done 15,000 interviews in the last 48 hours. But I know this is all for the good cause.
But I just want to keep my son's name and face out there.
Well, that's why you have content creators like myself and the many other amazing content creators on this platform and on TikTok talking about Sebastian. Exactly. And we'll continue talking and bringing his name to light until this case is solved, until he is found. But Seth, I'm gonna let you go so you can go get some rest. I know you've been getting phone calls like crazy. I know you got a lot of things you got to do, many miles to go before you sleep. So I'm gonna let you go to it because I know that's important. Okay, but you stay blessed. Get some rest, my brother. Enjoy your Easter Sunday. I'm hoping for an Easter miracle. Much love to you, my brother. And we'll be talking soon. Okay, I'll be in touch. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem, brother. Stay blessed. All right. Talk to you soon.
Yes, sir.
Well, I do appreciate you guys all being here and being a part of the conversation. It really does mean a lot. I know that there were a lot of people wanting to ask questions and all that, but at the same time, I wanted to respect him as much as I can. And I know that he couldn't stay for the whole, for a long time. But I will be going through your super chats here and see if I can answer anything, that isn't directly towards him. I apologize, but at the same time, I wanted to be respectful of his time. And I know he's very, very busy, and I'm sure he is spread so thin right now. And I hope he gets the rest that he needs. I really do. I know he won't fully get that rest, but I hope he does. Let me get some of these things. Some of these, okay? So Maud, thank you so much. But yes, please contact him if you can, okay, about the search. That'll be fantastic. That'll be greatly appreciated, okay? Thank you to Single Mom. Welcome to the family. Thank you so very much.
All right, guys. We're going to open this up now. I know people have questions and comments and thoughts and feelings. This is really yanking hard, folks. Really yanking hard. Bobby, I seen your comment back there. I caught that myself. It was interesting. I'll say that much. All right, guys, hold on a minute here. I'm going to set this up for everybody real quick here. Miss Molly, girl, good to see you. Don't worry about it. You obviously needed that nap. You're good to go, dear. All right, so the link is pinned in the chat, guys. I'm going to also open up this the phone lines after a bit here. So anybody that wants to join me up here and talk about this, let's go. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. The link's pinned in the chat. Click on it and jump up here with me. Let's talk. I know there's people that have thoughts, theories, feelings, whatever, guys. Thank you, Vicky, so very much for that. And same to you and all of you that are supporting this and have been supporting this and supporting all of us creators that have been supporting this from day one. We've had a lot of creators, as Pascal was even saying, that are out that have been covering this from the moment this happened. And a lot of, creators that are boots on the ground doing this, looking for this child, trying to do anything they can to drop flyers. Welcome, Deborah. Good to see you. There's a lot of us that are doing this. I think this case has gotten more coverage than most missing persons cases in a while. Welcome, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us. How are you this evening? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Welcome. What are you thinking on this, Tomboy, after seeing that? This is bouncing me back and forth all over the place with, Yes, somebody knows something. No, somebody doesn't. Yes, there's positivity. No, now there's not. I mean, it just all over the place. What are you thinking?
I still think he's being kept safe.
That's a popular opinion. Do you think that either side of the parenting squad knows this, whether it be Seth or Chris and
No,
Katie? No. Okay.
no.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
My daughter says she wonders if he's being kept safe by the church.
That could be. That could be. But I would imagine that, like, okay, like churches and doctors and places like that are like mandated to report to the police. If you have somebody in your,
No, it's like pastor privilege, whatever that word is.
I know what you're saying, like the pastor client or pastor parishioner privilege and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think it would have to be that there's a fear of both sides for that to be a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like for whatever reason that Sebastian has expressed a fear of his life in general, of all of his parents in general. Things like that, you know what I mean? Well, hello. How are you this evening, Miss Clue?
Confused.
Yeah. That interview there, as compared to the interview on Dolly last night, in my opinion, this is just my take, are two different directions.
Yeah. No, I do. I'm with you.
So therefore, I'm confused kind of too, be honest with you. I had, and I'll just say this real quick, and then you guys, Tomboy or Cluminati or anybody out here, you can reply to me. But after last night's interview, I felt that there was a more of a form of positivity towards the what he knows possibly. Okay, and then we see this tonight, and it just seemed a little more downtrodden, in my opinion. You see what I'm saying?
I do, and I feel like what was it he said that
He said, you mean
oh,
that
he saw
Bobby
that
Old?
video.
What? Say that again, hon.
He said he saw that video of him at the
He said he saw the video of him at the restaurant because he wanted proof of life after that Thursday that he spoke to him.
right.
And so that was the one thing he said. And then he said he had 2 meetings afterwards. And he got more information. And he just didn't, alluded to the fact that he has 4. And I called that he had a PI after he said that. And he said he has 4 of them. Okay.
He has 4 PIs.
Well, investigators.
Well, yeah, he called them investigators. Pascal had said, have you hired or thought about hiring like private investigators? And he said, I have 4 investigators already, so on and so forth. So, okay, that's how I took it as one. Somebody in the chat said SF investigates is one, which is Steve Fisher. So, yeah, and then somebody else just brought it up too. And I know that he has, SF has made some statements via Twitter and stuff like that. So yeah, he said he has 4 PIs. And that's where he's getting his updates, he said, and his info and stuff from. Welcome, Terry, by the way. So I saw a couple of your comments about the feeling that he was kind of maybe making you feel like he knows something. And I kind of feel that way halfway. And then on the other half, I feel like he doesn't. So that's why I'm so torn on this.
Well, didn't you think it was weird that he kept telling Molly, wrong question?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, it was kind of like a read between the lines type, cryptic type thing. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's because he can't say certain things or if it's because he is unsure of certain things.
I don't know, but I'll tell you, when it really makes you think when he said, yeah, we'll have to disappear for a while.
Yes, thank you, Terry. And
Mhm.
thank you, Gray Pearl, because I also think that might be why he was so happy yesterday.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And why he's not out there looking today, you know?
What? Say that. I didn't hear that. I didn't catch it.
He said at some point, he goes, when he does come home, me and him are going to have to disappear for a while. And Pascal said, I gotcha. I understand, brother. And I think a whole bunch of people were kind of like,
What?
huh? Yeah. So I did, AG. I did. He also made a statement. Bobby caught it too. And I seen after the fact, a couple others did, that he stated that if he would have known about this CPS stuff, that his son would be here right now. That was an interesting comment. So why?
Maybe he thinks that he ran because
That's what he
Chris
was. Yeah,
was, you know what I mean?
that's what I feel. It's some of the statements that were made in last night's interview and this one today that he's alluding now to the point of, or to that point that he believes there's something to do with that. Now, earlier when I was talking about this, I wrote out I guess you could say, somewhat of a scenario that I could see taking place based on the footprints, based on the way that what we heard going on, based on what Katie stated happened, so on and so forth. You know, it seems to me, because I still at this point, and I've never thought anybody went inside that home and took that child. So I truly feel that he left the home by his own accord. Now, was it something he just kind of dawdled out and did, or did he take off out of that house out of fear? And that's where I'm going in that direction with it. Okay. That something scared him and produced a fear in him for him to want to take off, whether he was going to try to find his father or just to get out of that house because something scared him. I don't know, but that's where I'm at with this at this point. Okay. So I thought about this all night. I'll be honest with you guys. I was up till 5 o'clock this morning. I was doodling through my notes and watching videos and interviews and just thinking, because I can't let go of this, you guys. I can't. I pulled out a scenario, and I kind of want to run this by you too, Clue and Terry, Tomboy, all you guys in here. I think some of you guys heard this. We heard that, according to Katie, she was on the phone with Chris for 3 hours. She asked him to go to bed at 9:30, 9:30, whatever. My times might be a little bit off. I'm a bit tired, so excuse me. Then at some point, then she hears a thud, and she says, "Well, son, did you fall out of bed?" "No, Mom, I'm fine. Go to sleep." Eventually, is what we came to. So she's on the phone with Chris during whatever went on. That maybe that was cleaned up the way she told that story. Maybe that was cleaned up a bit as compared to a scenario where she's been saying regularly, yesterday was a good day. Sunday was a good day. We had a good day. We had a good day. We've heard a lot about behavioral issues in some senses between all the parents, right? So my thought is if they're struggling with behavioral issues with Sebastian in some senses, there's things that are going on possibly in the home for whatever reason. So we know that there's discipline things that happen from all three parents. That's known, and that's normal. But while she's on the phone with Chris, if there was something more that went on in that conversation with her that she was not putting out there because it just doesn't sound good, could he have done something, dropped something, broke something, did something that she's like, okay, she's fed up. We know she spent a lot of time with him alone. And he's just like rebelling at her, we'll say. Maybe Chris is on the phone and said, hey, enough. You're going to start listening to your mom, or I'm going to come home and whoop your butt. Different words, probably. These kids, we know, take things very literal, and things can become very dramatic in their minds, okay? Could he have possibly taken something like that as a true experience going on based on past experiences, maybe, or just a fear of empty threats being put at him as a punishment? Could he have taken that and it scared him and he bolts, okay? Because I'm not going to be here when that happens. If he's coming home, I'm taking off. And he takes off, okay? Which could explain possibly the bare footprints that we're seeing. but then disappear. And it makes me wonder, there's good people and bad people out at all times of the day and night. I'm scared now about this, thinking about this all day. I can't let this go. That he could have done that maybe and got grabbed by somebody, a bad person. Or a good person could have grabbed him. The thing is if it was somebody that was a good person, now this is everywhere, all over the news, we're all talking about it. I would imagine they would have been in touch with law enforcement. But somebody that has bad, nefarious things in mind is not going to contact law enforcement. They're going to do what they want to do. That's what I'm worried about. That scenario is playing out in my head again and again and again and again.
I wish I knew if they really tracked him to that pond.
Same here.
Because if somebody took him, that means there should be more prints for feet or shoes. And they would have had to have carried him out of the pond for his scent to stop.
That's a good point. Very good point.
So if he got wet, then his scent would stop. I mean, I know if he was in the water,
no, it would still be there.
Yeah, he'll still have a smell, or they will still pick up a scent. I'm sorry.
Well, you guys were there, Clue. Can you drive a car into that area?
Yeah, like, so the retaining pond is literally right by a road in that neighborhood. It's probably about 15 feet maybe to that retaining pond from the street.
Okay. That's really weird.
Vicky, I'm good. I am tired. I'm emotionally strained a little bit, but I'm fine, guys. It's worth every moment that I spend on this. It absolutely is, just as much as it is with Kuminati and everybody else that's on this. We are all in the same boat with this. We've talked about this ourselves privately. We feel the same way about this. Cletus feels the same way about this. It's very stressful to a lot of people because we, in every way, shape, form, or fashion, want this child to be found safe, sound, and brought home. Period. And there's no two ways to say it, guys. That's it. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No.
How did Nancy Grace know what caused her to ask, have you bought new furniture?
I know. I was wondering the same thing.
I think that she has a team of people that make calls and investigate things and research things and maybe be. Yeah. Okay. Maybe.
That's
maybe.
a new word.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the Cosby kids here. Maybe has somebody that in the neighborhood that may have seen them moving a bed into the garage, you know what I'm saying, and said, "Oh no," and puts two and two together, and she just wants to know why. The way I took that was that somebody gave him a bed, so he stored it in his garage until he needs to use it for whatever.
Yeah, but who's going to store? I mean, you'd have to be like a
know.
letter hound to store. Why would you accept a bed if you didn't need it?
Well, I don't know if he's got a plan to put that in his daughter's room. He's got plans, you know what I'm saying? That's my thought on that.
I can't remember.
I have a bed in my garage.
Yeah.
I have one stored in my garage, actually, up in Raptors, to be honest with you.
And two upstairs, so I mean.
Right. I think it's just something that he's getting bigger, and she probably has a tiny bed. And he's probably going to switch that out at some point. Somebody gave it to him at no cost. So there you go. You know what I mean?
Also, the dad could have told her.
Yeah, that too.
Because she interviewed Seth. Did she not?
Yeah, I think she did. Yeah, because I think I remember hearing her referring to that. Yeah, it's not really that unusual to have a bed stored in your garage, guys. I mean, I know that, like, we're looking at everything that these people are doing. Everything.
In the South, you store all kinds of things in your garage.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. We do it in the North too. So I promise you, because when the house is full, you got to find room somewhere. Let's see here. Off the wall theory. Mom staged this during the 30 minutes she was driving around looking. She dropped him off to a relative, and that is hiding him from Seth. I mean, listen, Bobby, and this goes to any of you guys, nothing is off the table with this, okay? To me, at least at this point, except for that somebody went in that house and took him out of there. That's the only thing that I'm taking off the table at this point. Everything else to me is wide open because nothing makes any damn sense right now. So, and you heard Clue say it herself. Everybody else is, so we're all over the place, guys, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You know, on one sense, we think something, on the other side, we're wrong. Then we go back to another way, then we're wrong. We go back this way, we're wrong. There's too many things that have been put out here, and there's no answers to these things. The big mystery to me has been always, since we heard this damn dispatch call about the dog tracking these footprints to the retention pond. Because then we're told that it never happened.
Well, I gotta say one thing. So when it comes to Katie and Chris, now I don't trust none of them really,
Right,
100%.
right.
But I will say this: Chris has his own biological daughter, right?
Right.
Even if Katie did something and wanted him to cover for her, I don't know that he would. Because look,
I can agree with that, because
you're risking losing, you know what I mean?
you're losing your whole life just for one person. You know, you can love your wife or your spouse, your partner as much as you want to, but I've even said that. My wife and I were talking about it. I just looked at her and said, I ain't gonna be hiding no shit like that for you. You know what I mean? It's just one of them things. And I can say that I believe, I agree with you on that point. I don't think he would either, because he's got his own daughter. He's got a really good job. He owns a home. He owns all these things. Why would he throw all that away?
Exactly. Like, I don't care how much I love you for that. Like, no.
Exactly. And we know that it's not hard for, and I'm not meaning this as a dig, but it's not hard for Chris to start over because he's done it 5 times. Okay.
I said that too. I was like, he got
No.
Yeah, it's not a problem for him to start over. So I can't imagine that he would throw his whole life away for this one woman.
Now you say he works in a prison, right?
Seth does. His biological father works in not a prison. It's a county jail. He's a jailer.
He's kind of more than that, because they are deputized. So he is a sheriff deputy, but he works at the jail.
Yeah. He works for the sheriff's department as a deputy, but he's a jailer down in the jail, right?
I mean, usually prisoners have some sort of communication outside the prison, and they know what's going on. I mean, like if there was somebody that was snatching kids or something like that, because he could have found out some information from one of the prisoners.
Possibly. One thing that I want you guys to remember too, through multiple things said in multiple interviews, people are asking, how could he have got out of that house without being seen on camera? The same way he gets around inside that house without being seen by Katie. She has told us that herself, that he likes to slink around and sneak and do this and that. If the kid's very smart, first of all, okay? Don't forget that. He may be autistic. He may have these other things, but that doesn't take away the clarity that he has for knowing things, okay? And he has a phone. He plays video games. He knows what technology is, folks. So if he wanted to get out of that house quietly and sneakily, he very well could have, and got around any cameras that he may know possibly could be around that area. Now, with that being said, understand something. They also said he's not an outside person, so he may not know cameras in the neighborhood around him. But if he headed out of that house and went that direction, it's through the backyard, I do believe. So I don't know exactly how that would go. You guys are better equipped from being there, Clue, to see that if he went out that house and around through his window, possibly around the house and out through that backyard, he could have done that probably without being seen. Am I right or am I wrong? That's for you. That's for you, Clue.
So he could leave out of the back of his house, make a left, walk up through what I call the common area, because it's like an area that's just between the backs of the houses.
Okay.
He could make a left out of the back of his house, walk all the way up, go through the woods, and come back down through the construction site.
Okay.
Wouldn't the dogs have picked up that scent though?
So here, I mean,
that's kind of what. Yeah.
We heard tonight that the dog trail was not that way, but from what I know, it's kind of that way. But apparently the dog trail was not. It was false info, so I don't know.
Didn't they say that Katie was a drinker?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's been on a lot of interviews to not be drunk. I'm just saying, like, you would think for at least one, she'd have to have
something going. Yeah.
Well, no, I was gonna say if she was, it doesn't take it. He's probably watched for years her drinking, and he probably knows when to be sneaky.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm reading Cindy's. He got hurt, had to cover until after custody battle. This custody battling, I mean, this thing's been going on between them since 2017.
It's been years. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Which is kind of what makes me question Nina Bettina, because if he was really that bad, these kids that she has, these older kids she has, 15 and some, they would be testifying. And I kind of feel like they would have testified. This would already be shut. Does that make any sense? Like,
I got you. I agree with you on that. Like I said earlier, some of that story is horrific. Don't get me wrong. I just don't get the timing. That's all I'm saying. And
when did he give him whatever, take the belt to him? When was that? When he didn't have the belt on? Is that a long time ago, or?
It's supposed to be the same time.
I think it was like 3 years ago. They're claiming, right? Something like that. Hey, Clue.
Okay.
Hi.
I just wonder if he did tell. He says that his son didn't tell him. But what if Sebastian did tell him afterwards? I mean, he's going to cry either way, because he's like, it's his job as a dad to take care of his son. And you know what I'm saying?
Well, and that's that. Yeah. And I stated it when that was said, because that kind of upset me a little bit, hearing that. Like, maybe he tried to, and Seth was too busy to hear it the way that Seth tried to explain, or Sebastian tried to explain it. Or maybe Sebastian is just afraid to say it. Maybe, these are just maybes. I'm not saying these are the answers to these questions. They're just possibles.
Well, I just wonder if once he did tell Seth, that's why he's saying he didn't tell him. He's trying to throw everybody off, because I think this is my opinion, but I think that Sebastian did tell him, and he was beyond angry and said, we're getting you out of that house, but we have to do it right.
Yeah, Terry, but here's the thing, though. This is the thing. He had an opportunity a year ago to have him come live with him, and he said, his own words, I gave him a chance to change his behavior.
It's uncomfortable to hold that.
And it's like that. See, that tells me like it wasn't that. I don't know. It wasn't looked at that way, is what I'm saying. I think this is hard to balance that way. He says that the second to last time that he went to drop him off, that Sebastian got upset, said, I don't want to go back there. I don't ever want to go back there. I don't like it there. There's things, something like that should have told him that there's something wrong. Well, then that's in turn when you have a conversation with the other parents. That didn't happen.
That's weird too, Diego. I'm glad that you said that because that came out tonight. Like, that's super. Like, this is
100%.
going on for a month. Why is that little tidbit of info just coming out today?
I don't know if that was one of those things that he had stated a few weeks back where he said, there's things I could tell you, but they're personal. I'm not going to talk about it. I don't know if that was one of those things or if it's weird to me too. That's why I brought it up. Hey.
Who handles like witness protection programs? Would that be FBI?
FBI, Secret Service.
Okay.
Well, that's funny because they're involved.
Yep.
They are. But for what though?
For what?
Why? What would that? I mean, nothing against what you're saying, Terry. I mean, I got you. I've been thinking about all this. What would they need witness protection for though?
Maybe Sebastian.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you
his life was in danger.
What do you think possibly could be going on that would provoke that?
Now this is way out there, so don't
just physical abuse, are you saying, or
what?
I mean, are you saying just physical abuse from one side or the other or both? Or I mean, what do you that's what I'm trying to find. Like, I'm with you, but I'm just trying to figure out what you're meaning.
Right. No, I mean, he did. What if he told Sebastian told his dad? His dad was extremely upset, with more so probably at the time with his own self, because he's the dad, like you said, and it's his job to protect him, and he didn't protect him. He was being abused. So, with FBI, because that's when Molly, remember he said FBI or something like that, and Seth shook his head yes. And then they can't be seen for a while.
That's weird though, because they are not saying that the FBI is involved.
That's true. I haven't heard that.
Secret Service.
I asked that days ago if the FBI was ever involved, and they said no.
Nothing about this is witness protection worthy, Licity says. And Bobby just said the U.S. Marshals handle witness protection. I always understood it. Maybe it's based on not having the knowledge and watching too many movies. That I thought the FBI is what set that up, from my understanding, because the creature had to go through a version of that when she was adopted out, and she told me that it was had something to do with the FBI because of the case that her biological parents were involved in. So maybe that was why I thought that. So my apologies for misinformation if I did, but thank you. Thank you, Bobby.
This case blows my mind. I have no idea.
I want to throw something out real quick too that somebody brought to my attention. We talked about Clue, especially me and her talked about it, and then we talked about it together with you guys about when the divorce proceedings were being gone through with Chris with good Lord Almighty, I can't think right here. Seth and Katie. Thank you. So many names. There were documents we were reading off of and looking at, so on and so forth. And something did just catch my attention that I wasn't really paying attention to. Katie had alleged that Seth was very violent with her, and possibly with Sebastian, so on and so forth. But somebody pointed it out to me, and under highlighted some things in this document where it says, it's actually number 18. Furthermore, I find it ridiculous that Katie alleges that she is in fear. These are great points, is why I'm telling you this. And it tells me the reason why I'm telling you this is because things aren't always as they seem, is what I'm trying to show you guys in some senses, possibly. Furthermore, I find it ridiculous that Katie alleges she is in fear of me, even if I was acting violently, which I was not. This is Seth's statement against what she alleged. I would not be able to physically harm her due to my injuries. While I am in great physical pain, Katie, by contrast, is not only physically healthy, but as she is in the Navy and is part of her shipboard security force, she has received training in physical combat techniques. She has no fear of me. That's a little bit interesting to me. Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I feel like that dude could still hurt someone. He's out here. I mean, just think about it this way, y'all. Like, be for real. We've seen him searching like how many days in a row?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. He definitely seems out of shape. And he's got his back issues. He said he had 6 herniated discs. You see him with the shoulder problem and all that.
I agree, but I'm just saying, if you can at least get out and walk, let's just say 5 miles a day, you could whoop somebody's tail.
Yeah, but if she has all that, that's what I was thinking though. If she's got that background, she's in way better shape. She's a lot thinner and more agile, probably. It was also stated that she has some, I don't know if it's true, but MMA training as well as martial arts training, things like that. So I can't imagine that being true. So the reason why I'm pointing this out is she putting on a front for this, or is this really her? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm with you 100% on that. And Catherine, I'm alleging everyone is a suspect. That would make me a great detective.
Everybody needs to be looked at the same time, you guys. Don't forget that. And even Seth even said that himself, that nobody's cleared, and everybody should be being looked at until this is solved. And I agree with that, because we don't know. People put on shows for other people. People are manipulators, guys.
Oh yeah. I don't even think Seth would be upset if you looked at him as a suspect, because in law enforcement, like, that's what you have to do.
Listen, when a child goes missing, a lot of you probably know this already, but when a child goes missing in a case like this, the first people they look at are the parents immediately. Like right off the bat. If a husband or wife is killed, the first person they look at is their partner immediately, and then they roll downhill with it. So, you have to look at all aspects. Everybody needs to be looked at suspiciously until they figure out who or what is or not. You know what I mean? So, it's not that people think, or it's not saying that I know Seth did something, he's lying, he's this, he's that, he's that. It's not like that. It's that we have to look at all of it. We can't just center in on the Proudfoots and say, okay, this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong, even though there are things that are questionable. You also have to look at this side of it and go, okay, well, there's this, and this too. Because we don't know. That's why. So, and like she said, that makes you a great detective if you're looking at all aspects rather than just centering in on one specific thing because of the things you see in front of your face.
Mm-hmm. Even in person, I'm just saying. And Cole the Herd, I will say this, random, and perhaps I'm being pretty petty, but every time I see a Seth interview and they're talking about his son, then it suddenly goes to joking about various things.
I was going to mention that too.
Well, I will say this much. What makes me angry when it comes to that is people don't do the same thing for both sides in every case. And it just makes me a little ill. Like, Seth is joking and laughing in all these interviews, but Chris and CADE do it in one, and it's like, oh my gosh, you know what I mean?
They get attacked immediately. Right. And that's the
thing that bothers me, right? Like, if you're gonna pick something from one side, pick it from both. Look at the strange behaviors in everyone.
Right. And I think that Seth does that because he's nervous, and I think that's just my opinion though. I think he does it because he's nervous and he doesn't want to show his emotions because he's a tough guy. Okay. That's just the persona I get. And when I see him start to get emotional, he reverts to that. Let's talk about something different immediately. You know what I mean? They definitely should be. Mary says they get attacked unevenly. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And what did Cindy say? I'm trying to find it here. This here?
She said, I've heard, but yeah.
People say over and over that law enforcement can lie. And absolutely. They do what they have to do to handle their case. If they have to lie to people, just like with polygraphs, I have seen it time and time again. I even looked it up, and there's thousands of cases where they've done it. And we can look it up, and I'll show you guys. They will lie to people and tell them they've passed polygraph tests to get them to relax and stand down and to give themselves up by screwing up because they think they're in the clear. Okay. They do that all the time.
Well, I think more on that point. What is Seth?
Say that again. I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit.
More on that point of what Cindy's making. What is Seth?
Law enforcement.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no, I got you now. Okay. I've heard people say over and over that law enforcement can lie and do that at people. Well, yeah. I mean, that's another good point too, guys. We have to look at everything. If we're going to look at this like that, we cannot corner one thing and leave it and stay on that and focus on just that. Okay. We got to look at the whole picture, the whole big picture, even outside the box, guys, and think that way too, because once again, none of what has gone on, this is very important to understand. Everything we've done, everything they've done, everything anybody's done has yet to bring home Sebastian.
Well, and someone brought up a really good point the other day in my chat. They said, has it been confirmed that Seth was actually going to get Sebastian full time?
No. We've not seen any documents. We've not seen anything. The Proudfoots have spoken and agreed with that they were going to be getting him. It was never said as a full-time thing. It was just about the summer, remember? After school, he was going to stay there for the summer. Seth said from here on out, if I'm correct. And if I'm wrong, let me know. But I'm pretty sure that's what he said, that it was going to be permanent. So no, we haven't. I haven't. I don't know about you guys. Have you seen any documents or anything that proves that?
Mm-mm.
It's all word of mouth. So,
What was that all about when it was mentioned, and I can't remember who mentioned it, but weren't the prophets told to stand down?
what do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like, stay out of it for right now and just do what you're doing. I know I heard that. I just can't remember. But
I've never heard that personally, me, but I don't know. Clue, have you heard that?
Maybe.
I think maybe they had said something about the searching and how maybe not law enforcement people doing it could mess up evidence. I swear to God, this is familiar to me. Like, because we don't know how to, like, take CJ, for example, and that guy from here,
The
kudos
bone.
to them for
Yeah.
looking, but they find bones in a trash bag. They've got sticks from the ground poking on them.
Right.
And it's like, we as regular people don't know how to handle a crime scene.
Right.
So I think watching CJ and that guy do that was a kind of an eye opener for myself personally,
Mm-hmm.
because even I probably did something wrong
Sure.
when I was out there at that search party, and they're like, there's a blanket up there. We called the cops. We waited 45 minutes. No one showed up. So the search party person, the godmother told me to go pick it up with a glove and put it in a bag. And I'm like, typically that's not really how you would do that. You know what I mean?
Right.
But if the police aren't responding, they wanted to at least collect it and take it to TBI. But
yeah, you would typically take a picture of it where it is, and then you do stuff like that. So yeah.
So I mean, I see the point of, if somebody told them that, it's probably for good reason.
I agree. I can agree. And real quick, I just changed the comment, but somebody did state, and I do remember that Seth did say multiple times that he did have him enrolled in school for the next year. So I guess that does lead to a more permanent situation.
And maybe in an interview with the Proudfoots feet, they said that he was going. I just don't remember. Like,
it's been too many interviews now.
I know.
That's the thing. Trail Musings 14 says, I was thinking about that phone call as well, Dago. Or maybe he overheard something during call that upset him enough to run. Possibly.
I don't dispute the running. I dispute what happened to him after he ran.
And that's what I'm struggling with too. Like I can't pick up anything else other than he took off outside of the house and somebody grabbed him. That's all I can, like, what else makes any sense? What ideas would you have as far as that goes? Anybody up here? Please.
I'm just thinking.
If he were to be scared of something, could be his mother, could be something like Trill just said, stepdad, anything. What happens once he leaves that house?
If he made it to the road out by his house, if he made it to the road that you turn off of to go into his neighborhood, he could be anywhere with anyone.
Right.
So what if he did hear something that she said? Like, you make sure you take care of him. Well, and he called his dad. His dad said, I'm getting you out of there right now. This is what you're going to do.
I mean,
but they checked his phone.
Yeah. And I can't imagine that the investigation would still be going on.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I get what you guys are saying, but law enforcement, that's a lot of money that's being spent on this and a lot of resources being used. And it would cause, if somebody was hiding him and not telling somebody, that's charges against that person too. So you can't only go on for so long with something like that before it's going to get found out eventually anyway. Does the pond have sinkholes or quicksand? I don't think so. Cletus, Clue, you guys could probably elaborate on that more.
The last time we went by there, I mean, it may be a little muddy at the bottom, but it doesn't look like any signs of sinkholes or anything.
No.
Okay, welcome, Doc. Good to have you up here again. How are you tonight?
Oh, very tired, but I'm just gonna give one little input. From the beginning, I've wondered about I just think about how many of my young patients, and many of whom are on the spectrum, level 1, which used to be called high functioning, and
Yeah.
also just my regular neurotypical patient teens. They are so clever with how to get that they're, and I think I've said this before in your chat or in your profile, on the panel, how clever that these young people are to find loopholes to get on the internet. And I know that Chris kept saying at the beginning, nope, nope, nope. He has no access to internet. No, 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 no. Although he did gaming, and we know that some of the gaming can be done offline. But I guess just from my own experience, I've had even family members and young people and also patients that they get lured. I mean, they somehow they meet up with somebody through some chat room and they have a whole secret life. And I'm just stunned at sometimes how, especially my patients will reveal to me that they have contacts with people, strangers, whatever, and their parents have zero idea about this.
It
And
happens.
so there's a piece of me that just wonders, is there any chance that he got lured off, that he planned to meet up with somebody?
Absolutely. I've argued that from the beginning, that even though they say, both of them have actually said there's no way that he's on any kind of social media, this, that, or anything else. I told 3 times the story where my son did it. And I swore to God he couldn't get on social media, but he did it with 3 different apps. Okay.
Exactly. And
It's
there are
very
hidden
hard.
apps. I learned recently that there are hidden apps that,
Right.
like, I am not very tech savvy, but that I've found out through patients, young and old, that they're like, oh, no, 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 look on my phone. This is where, like, my spouse or my whatever would never know, but I've got this app and it looks like a calculator, but it really is how I contact my paramour or whatever.
And
And I'm like,
yeah.
holy cannoli. So I don't know. I think sometime I think on my little channel, I'm going to, in the near future, kind of go over some basic stuff around autism
It's a good idea.
spectrum, because I
Yeah.
really think people have a very kind of antiquated understanding of autism. We all do, and myself included. I think of autism as like where the child's in the corner rocking and nonverbal,
Right.
but
It's
I
an
mean,
automatic stereotype. It is.
it
Absolutely.
is, but I have so many patients from all walks of life that are in all, all kinds of professions.
Right.
And you really wouldn't necessarily know that they are on the spectrum until you get into, rather big conversation with them. And so I don't think these parents, that's the other thing that I find frustrating is, I mean, if my kid were missing and I were on the television or wherever, and they said, "Well, tell me about your child," I would be able to, in great granular detail, give all the positives, negatives, challenges, deficits, if they have deficits, if they're on ADHD or on the spectrum, whatever. I would be able to really, really create a clear picture of who my child is.
Sure.
But these parents seem only to be able to give these generalities. Like, I remember recently she said, "Well, he's going through adolescence and he didn't like that he was growing a mustache." Well, that's not very helpful. That doesn't tell me
No,
much about your son. So I'm very frustrated, guys.
I
I am.
I
I'm
agree.
confused. That's why I put I was from the state of confusion when you asked where everybody was from
Sure.
earlier, and I said I'm from the state of confusion because I really
I
don't know what's going on.
I get it. And the part of that comment B. Williams had, I put it up here on the screen. He's at school all day. There is internet service at school on iPads or Chromebooks, so on and so forth. Agreed. And there are people, whether they believe that he has no friends, there's somebody, and probably a handful of people, that will talk to him, that
Of
will
course.
show him things, that will teach him how to do things that he may not completely understand, because that's what kids do. Okay. So it is very possible that he could have, been doing something in one of the computers or on somebody else's phone, per se, at school that he used, and met up with somebody, talked to somebody. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's very plausible, which is why I've argued it from the beginning. That never
Yeah.
say never. You know what I mean?
So I wonder if, because his parents said that he's in some sort of program there,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
Would they have computers?
they do. They use computers and Chromebooks in those classes.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. I just know that those Chromebooks supposedly that are, the IT department of these public schools say, "Oh, we have them clamped down so they can only get on like
No, they
my
don't.
my school, whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Power school or whatever." No, 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 no,
I
no.
will go
He,
grab my son and have him show you right now how he broke into theirs, and he
you
showed me
see?
exactly how he did it.
Well,
Exacto.
even without using the Chromebook, while you're at school, they have Wi-Fi.
They sure do.
So if he has a cell phone,
And yep, that's fact. And they said you can't do it. And Caden told me himself. He showed me.
yeah,
You can put an app inside another app and not
Exacto.
and nobody's gonna see it. Okay. They know how to do all these things now. And like I said, he's smart. And don't tell me that he's not gonna go, "Hey, how do you do this?" Then somebody's gonna go, "Here, like this." It's not that hard, guys. It's not at all. And that is, again, his phone's there, and he has text messaging. He has phone service. And
yeah.
again, I know that the Secret Service is taking care of that kind of stuff too. But if somebody wants to not be seen and knows how to do this, without letting their I can't think right now. I'm sorry. Their information be seen, it's going to be hard to find that person, is all I'm saying. They can cover that stuff up real well if they have to. If they're professionals, they do this all the time. That's all I'm saying.
Who was it? Chris Watts had the secret calculator app.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was also thinking.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I never heard about that until I saw it. I was flabbergasted when I saw that.
What is it?
It's a calculator. It looks like a calculator in your phone. You click into that and it opens up a whole other app. Okay.
Oh,
So
the picture. You hide pictures.
yeah, you can hide pictures and stuff in there, right?
Yeah, he had conversations with Nicole and all this stuff.
And you would have never known because it just looks like a damn calculator app. So That blew my mind when I saw that the first time.
I might have
Real,
missed that back in my dating days.
yeah,
Listen to you. But I guess my thing is I'm not saying that the child that Sebastian was a devious or mischievous child. What I'm saying is that I think that
curiosity.
he's normal in a
That's
lot of
right.
senses, and I think the parents have um
Denial.
or they've just painted a picture of him as almost like
They,
imbecilic. I hate to say it that way.
they have. I've said that already. That they've made him out to be pretty much. He can't function at all, and he really can. Okay.
And the school even said that initially there was some sort of an interview or something from the school saying, "Oh, that he's in the regular mainstream classroom and he gets along." And so, I think we've kind of got a mixed story narrative here. But I
Right.
have nothing more to offer tonight because I'm just confuzzled. I'm completely confuzzled. But I want to ask Cluminati a question, and that is, what is it that you think about Seth? What were you trying to allude that you think maybe what he knows something?
It just seems like he is so convinced that he is somewhere and he's gonna find him alive. And it was somebody else pointed it out too. They were like, how he says they have him somewhere maybe and he's just playing. We're probably gonna find him and he'll be somewhere just playing video games. In my head, if I were a parent with a missing kid, that would not be what I think somebody was doing with my child if they had them.
But it also could be a defense mechanism that
I do
I'm
agree with that.
and I mean I'm definitely a person of faith, but I also think sometimes we all, if we are people of faith, have sort of this, in a way, magical thinking of. I don't mean to disrespect what he said, but like I went to mass 3 times today. Tomorrow's Holy Saturday. There's going to be a miracle. I mean, that's what
Kind of
every
like
parent would
a
want.
bit of a little bit of denial, possibly denying the possibilities of the negative side of this to avoid it, in a sense.
Exactly. I guess that's what I'm saying. So I'm not
Right.
sure, Clue, if his whole thing about he's somewhere playing, you know, the games, what you're talking about, video games, whatever, is sort of like a way of taking your mind to a safe place and imagining your child in that safe place rather than letting your mind go to all the horrific things that could be happening to your child.
And I do agree, but I'm kind of with CL on this one, right? If you really feel so strongly that someone has him and he's just like playing video games, why spend so much time in the woods?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, that's a
That's
good
why I'm
point.
saying I don't think that I truly don't think he thinks the kid is somewhere in hiding, alive and well and playing video games. But then the other question I have, you guys, is what is he doing in the wood? I mean, what is the point of all of these trekking around? Like they have 30 people today, they're going to have more tomorrow. It seems very sort of ad hoc. Like, where are they even looking? What are they looking?
Well,
Why are they looking?
it's that's my question too, because I feel like when LE came out and they said we're scaling back the search and we're going to more of the investigation side of it, that should tell you that they are investigating, but
Exacto.
they don't think that he is anywhere out in the elements.
Exacto.
They even said that they're looking into the aspect of foul play at this point too. So
So then
Right.
why pursue Cajun Nation, Cajun Army, whatever, all these different people out in the woods? Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
I don't know because the Cajun Navy thing just totally blew up in everybody's face. You know what I mean? Like this post here, like I don't even know what this means. Who was yelling at them? Who was Are they talking about people from YouTube? Like,
I think JLR or JRL or whatever his name is was yelling at that guy. But I don't think he put a death threat out.
No, I don't think JLR would do that. But I think there's something happened between JLR and the Cajun. What did you call them? Nation, Army,
Navy.
Navy,
United Cajun Navy.
the
Um,
Cajun Navy. I'm
he,
sorry.
Pascal asked him. He said, "Now this is not related to any YouTubers or anything like that, right?" And he said, "No, it's." He said people that live there and people that like have been sending messages through YouTube, but not creators. So,
Well, that's BS because they say right here, like, people, how do you know their criminal background? Why are they keyboard warriors if someone's yelling at you in your face? You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Like,
here,
have
let me
surveillance.
read it out loud real quick. It says, anyone who deliberately impedes the investigation and search for Sebastian Rogers will automatically, excuse me, be considered a person of interest, especially when we know those individuals have extensive criminal records. We are finalizing some intel that we will be turning over to law enforcement. And then we will begin the process of exposing those who actively tried to stop this search. These people are dangerous criminals, and the good people in and around Sumner County have a right to know about the evil embedded in their community. This is far from our first rodeo. We are honored to have been embraced by prominent members of this community, law enforcement, and elected officials just because a handful of mentally ill people with too much free time got emboldened by online keyboard warriors. Okay,
Oh,
so does that mean we will ever stray from our mission? We cannot be scared. We cannot be intimidated. We cannot be told where to go or when to leave. We have had plenty of these violent types slapped with restraining orders, thrown in jail, fired from their jobs, and many others consequences. To those who threatened, attacked, or threatened to attack, we have your voices recorded. We have you on surveillance videos. We have your vehicle information. We have your full arrest records, and you will soon learn what happens when attacking the real Cajun Navy becomes more important to you than finding a missing child. So, after reading it out loud, I have to do that to understand things sometimes. What I'm guessing is that there were people that live in the community that were watching other YouTubers possibly and took upon what the YouTubers were saying and turned it around and went after these people for what they think they were doing.
well, I will say this much. I did watch a tiny bit of JLR before I think you started,
Right.
and he had put up there where Riley Lively, which is part of the Cajun Navy, recorded some video with one of the ranchers out here who didn't want them on his property, right? I told y'all that they don't
Right.
take kindly to that down here. Like, for real, they do not. Like,
Right.
don't come on my property. And it's like, you're representing the Cajun Navy, and you have your little badge where you work for them, you've got their shirt on. If the guy tells you he doesn't want you on his property, get off of it.
Yeah, I saw a couple videos like JLR put his video up of the guy that approached him. Um I've seen a lot of comments of people that were saying that the Cajun Navy was acting sort of like law enforcement per se, the way they
Well,
were treating people and stuff like that. So I don't know, you know.
they weren't at the search. Like, I can tell you that. Like, we walked up to the table. They didn't really have a direction though as
Mm-hmm.
to what you were supposed to do. It was more like, oh well, they told people to get there at 10. We got there at 10:30. By 11, they still didn't have the forms back that they said they were waiting on. They were sending people out with flyers. They told us we could go search if we wanted to, but when we asked about if there was a certain area to go to where they
Uh-huh.
had permission from the landowners, they were like, no, we've just been going and talking to the people who own the land. And I'm like, you guys really aren't organizing
Right.
anything.
And it wasn't. Didn't you say that they have a TikToker that's actually doing the organization for them?
Is that Riley?
Yeah, that's what
That,
she's a
that yes.
TikToker, right? Okay.
See, I think that the thing that bothers me, two things. Number one is that people often in the YouTube streets or on the streets, and now like somebody like the Cajun Navy is weaponizing, I'm going to call it, weaponizing the fact that people like JLR do
Mm-hmm.
have a criminal past, but JLR never hides that. He has
No.
been very clear that he was in federal prison for things that he did around embezzling money, and
Right.
he spent a decade in different federal prisons, and this is his, he's turned his life around, and it's like, why are you trying, like those words that you just read to me, if you read between the lines, are really kind of, bold threats in a way,
Yeah.
No,
menacing
they are.
Right.
towards people like JLR, who honestly, like, why are you threatening to have him arrested and expose his history? We all know his history. And,
Right.
I think there are a lot of people. That's what makes the YouTube true crime community, for me anyway, so rich. Is that there are so many people from so many different walks of life, and also people who do have criminal pasts, and they're trying to do restitution, and so then when you hear this kind of thing, I find it very disheartening.
I agree. I do. I mean, JLR. I got to say this much. Okay, I was never a huge fan of his, just because nothing is in specific. Okay, I just wasn't a big fan. But I have to say, for this case, JLR has impressed me. He came out. He did put the work in, as he does with most cases. He went around trying to figure out what's going on, so on and so forth. I may not like the way he approached certain things, but he was doing it. He was there on the ground, boom, boom, boom. Okay. He didn't hurt anybody. He wasn't hurting anybody at all until they approached him and they came at him in a certain way.
Well, and
And
that statement about being embraced by elite, that's a lie, because if you were embraced by elite, JLR would have gone to jail. 6 cops.
mhm,
But they didn't do nothing
they
to
told
him,
him they told him he wasn't doing anything wrong.
and he wasn't.
And that's right. They were there. Adali was there. He saw them. He's nothing. They
And
just
here's the other thing. I remember hearing that the Cajun Navy was working alongside law enforcement.
right.
That turned out to be not true. They don't work with law enforcement.
Law enforcement didn't even know they were coming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
And
I
they were
think the
putting
other,
out. I'm sorry. I was just saying the Cajun Navy themselves was putting it out secretly, telling people they were working with law enforcement, but keep it on the DL and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And then it came out, somebody contacted law enforcement and they said, no, they're not working together. So, you know
That
what I
was
mean?
me.
there you go.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
there's a lot of disinformation, but I think what I also found really kind of sus, and it was I found it very distasteful. Let's just put it that way. Do y'all remember when they found when the Riley, what was his name, Strainer or something like this,
Train, yeah.
Strain,
Right.
was found, and then the parents and law enforcement and the poor mother got up and spoke right on the presser. Then the Cajun Navy was one of the last people to speak, and then basically he told the entire press, by the way, if you have any questions you'd like to know about our 501c, whatever the heck, we're going to be meeting at such and such a place if you'd like to continue the conversation. And I thought, why are you plugging yourself in this presser when this is not about you, it's
Right.
about these parents that have lost their son Riley. So I found that rather kind of like they were self-promoting, and that's when I began right away to think, does one trust these people? So I don't know.
Draw, I got to send you a video.
Okay.
There's a YouTuber we were watching the day before we were supposed to meet them, and it was he was out there looking for Riley, and he had a boat and he had his little like diver down flag, like he was under the water diving. And he claims that they used his footage as their news story
Oh
for
yeah.
how we were looking.
Unbelievable. Well, how do you want? Oh, I can go into the private chat and give you my email.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that'll work.
absolutely.
Okay, let me get my glasses on, and I'll do that. Then I'm gonna hop off.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna hop off, guys. I'm just gonna listen.
Okay, thank you, Terry, so much for your input. I
You're
appreciate it.
welcome.
There's a
I
lot
gotta
of
sneak
stories.
off too. I'm being beckoned.
Okay, thank you
Apparently
very
it's
much,
human.
Tomboy, for your input too. Appreciate you.
Apparently it's human hour.
Gotcha. But there was a lot of stories I've seen people throw out there about this group that are using a name that they're not supposed to be because they've kind of taken it from the actual Cajun Navy and added the United to it, and they're not related. That all these other actual Cajun Navy groups have like kind of backed away from them because they don't want to be associated with them, and that says a lot. You know what I mean? I don't know, guys. It's just something is not right with it. So take care, Tomboy. Thanks again, hon. Appreciate you. Let's see here. So I don't know, and it's kind of weird. Like, here's the thing: if you're working with law enforcement, I think law enforcement would have stepped up and they would have made the threats, okay, and said you either back up, or you stop this stuff, or you're going to be, or they would have arrested people if this was actually happening. Why didn't that happen? You see what I'm saying? These guys just left, and that's the end. And then they put this threat out there. That's what's strange to me.
Well, I do agree with that, because if you guys are receiving threats like that, call the cops, get them to come out there with you. You don't just pack up and leave. You know what I mean?
Well, and yeah, if they're already working with law enforcement, they would have just said, "Hey, we're being threatened by such and such a person," and blah blah blah. It would have been handled. That didn't happen, so that tells me a lot right there.
100%.
So,
Well, I felt like a lot of what's been going on in the last week with the Cajun and, in some ways JLR, and just a lot of what's been going on is what I would call, in my little slang, a testosterone festival. Like mine is bigger than yours. I can pee further than you. I mean, that kind of thing. I felt like people in some ways, like with this whole Cajun Navy thing, lost sight of Sebastian, and they were more concerned about that long diatribe statement that you just read. You know what I'm saying?
right. And then CL has a great point. If law enforcement didn't come out and introduce them and say, "Hey, this is what we're doing. This is who you go to, and this is why." Agreed. I would believe they're not working with them if they never introduced them as being partners in what they're doing.
But then, meanwhile, there's also supposedly Texas EquiSearch supposedly is working behind the scenes with LE there.
Yeah, but
So,
they're Texas
but they're
EquiSearch. So,
reputable.
yeah, and they were also put on flyers. They were spoken about by
Yeah.
law enforcement as well,
Oh,
and other. So that was done the right way. That's what told me that EquiSearch was on the up and up with that. This was not
I
talked
see.
about or spoken about that way in any way, shape, or form. So
I see.
It's just sad. Like
it is.
when you look at all of this, how there's like so much disorganization with all the searching, and then pair it with the fact that it's only his poor reward. It's only $3,500.
I
Yeah,
know.
that's sad. That's really sad.
I don't know. I don't know. So where do you think this is gonna go, y'all?
It's really hard to say. Like I said, it's been so up and down and left and right. Like Clue said when I first asked her earlier, we're confused. Like earlier, we watched an interview with his father. That seemed kind of positive. Like it was like something could come from this very quickly. And then we watched this one tonight and it kind of backed off a little bit. And I was like, well, damn, I'm just,
No,
I'm confused is all I'm saying.
oh,
Go
well,
ahead.
I honestly feel like, no, and no disrespect to Seth, but I felt that last night when he was talking to, what was it, Dolly? Was that who he was talking to? I can't keep it all straight
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was
But
dog.
I felt in some ways he was being a little coy, like a little sort of like, well, maybe this and maybe that, and part of it was that there was a sort of a banter going on
Yeah.
between them, and also even with
A little bit.
Pascal, it was the same kind of like, that banter, like, we'll have a tea. Well, have you gone to mass? Well, maybe I will. And, I think that Seth I would need that kind of sort of decompression joking stuff. But I think what got lost in the message was I don't really think he had a lot of new information on his child, Seth. I think he was just kind of bantering in a way. I don't know.
Hey, Dra, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If somebody did something negative to you, right? And you saw this person say like 8 months later, would
Uh-huh.
you still have vindication, or what's the word I'm looking for?
Feelings of revenge or
Yes.
well, I think you're asking me personally?
Would it be normal? Would a normal person, quote unquote normal person, still have the mindset of revenge?
Holding a grudge.
A grudge. I think it depends on how deep the blow to your ego was.
Well, let's say they got you like evicted from your apartment or something.
Yeah, well, if it was just see, it all depends. Like it's hard. I need a more clear example because it depends on. Okay, for me, if I were evicted and I knew that I should have been evicted, I would just lick my wounds and move on. You know what I mean? But
Right.
some people will just. It's like road rage. They just
It,
can't let it go.
I think it depends on the person's personality too, in
Yeah.
some way, you know?
So,
Okay.
do you have a specific example, or are you just
Well,
talking in generalities?
let's say this person that I lived with had
Okay.
me and like two other people evicted from our apartment. Okay.
Right.
And 8 months later, this person comes into the restaurant where I'm working
Right.
and they order, I don't know, say I work at Domino's. I take the dough and I put it on the floor and roll it around. I then add the sauce with
He's
my spit in it. And
Right.
then I pull hairs from my genitalia region and I give the person the pizza. Is that a normal person behavior?
No, I think that's somebody that's the kind of thing that happened to my daughter, who some classmate did to her and put like honey all over her pillow and shit like that, and because she was dating a boy that the girl wanted to date. I mean, that's what you would call like grammar school girl shit.
yeah, it's maturity level too, I think. That's a big
Yeah,
part of that.
right.
That's very immature.
Very immature, very disintegrated. No, that's like very catty grammar school girl. I hate to say it that way, but that's what I would say. What did that
Right.
happen?
Oh yeah.
It did?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Oh dear.
It was, at least it was talked about that it happened. Yes.
The
Um,
person said they did it. I'm going with that.
I agree. I agree.
Well, are you
Um,
allowed to say who did this or no?
He said it on national YouTube. So,
it was
Sebastian's father.
yeah, it was Seth.
Okay,
He
well
was having an interview with another YouTuber, and they were very comfortable. It was when he was on the lab, I think it was, and he was talking to Josh, and it just the conversation rolled on, and it was a very comfortable conversation. You would have never known that it was about this, okay? And I didn't see that. I had to go back and watch it, but she was like, "Did you really see?" Like he just blatantly came out and started saying that he did this situation, and I was just like, "Wow." And Clue said she
And
was
how old
taken
was
way back.
Seth when he did this? And
I
how
don't
old was
know.
he?
He doesn't say, but I mean, you have an apartment, your ass is over 18.
Well, but you know what? I think about all the frat boys and stuff that they do. It's
Right. But
disgusting.
see, I couldn't do that to somebody I didn't like, let alone just I couldn't I just couldn't
Yeah,
do
like
that to somebody because I wouldn't want that done to me, you know?
Oh, I
absolutely.
agree. Yeah, I mean that sounds a little unhinged to me, to be honest with you. But
Uh-huh.
I mean,
Thank you.
yeah, that would give me great pause. You
Right.
know, but
That's
I
and it
remember when I was in college, I remember there was, a then friend of mine who was just, I don't know. All I know is that she was very, she won't ever know who I'm talking about. So I'll just say the story. She was very into her, how thin she was and how pretty and blah, 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 blah. And so
right.
she was at she worked at a restaurant during the summers to earn money. And then she would tell me that when customers would come in, women customers, and that they were watching their figure or whatever, and they would order a Diet Coke, she would give them real Coke to make them fat. I mean, I'm like, what
Oh
are
my
you
god.
talking about? That is not nice. So, that
Wow.
kind of thing is weird to me. As
It
soon
is.
as I found that
Yeah.
out, that person no longer was my friend because I
Yeah.
thought, that's akin to. And I said to her, "What happens if you're projecting you know, your self-centeredness? What if the woman is a diabetic?"
What if somebody that's almost going along the same lines of if somebody's HIV positive and they're trying to they
Mm-hmm.
purposely infect you with that. You know what I'm saying? That is prosecutable by
Exactly.
you know what
And
I
I
mean?
and
So,
I that's why the friendship died. Because I'm thinking literally, it's like somebody who comes in and says that they have like they have a peanut allergy, and you're going to say, "Well, I just threw a
right.
few peanuts in their salad or something." I mean, no, you
Ab-
can't do that.
Absolutely. I absolutely that's what I'm saying.
And so
There's
for me, that borders on, frankly, like sociopathy.
well,
I'm just being honest with you.
let me ask you then with that being said and you're let's say from a psychological aspect to this with what's going on if that person is a parent to this child why would that be brought up? You're talking about looking for your missing child and you go to that. Why would that even be something to talk about?
Okay, I'm not going to tell you. Okay, now I've got to be very careful. But I think that there are people on the internet, content creators, who you know get a kick out of going down those kind of roads. And I saw that last night with the lab. Frankly, I was kind of disgusted because I thought that the way Josh ran his questions, he brought it down to a very base level where then you get somebody to become unfiltered. And I think that when somebody like Seth is in a very emotionally and psychologically vulnerable place, when if you really look back at the kinds of questions and the tenor of, it was this jocular kind of, like I say, testosterone festival. I think that it was I think the kind of tenor of Josh's interview was inappropriate, if you want me to know the truth. And I would have no problem telling him that directly.
Right.
So I think your question is, I think we all have possibly little things we've done in life. I don't know about putting pubic hair and shit, but
Right.
I don't know what
Right.
that whole story is. But there are probably outrageous things that each of us has done at some point in our life. And that's not something that we would pronounce on national radio or national YouTube.
No.
But if you're in a vulnerable place and you've got somebody who, and I think Josh is very, very, he's very slick in a lot of ways about getting information and bringing things down to a certain level and making people feel comfortable. I just know this myself from having known, and watched him for many years. There's a lot of positive there also, but in that moment, I think he really did a disservice, and he allowed this man's vulnerability to then became unfiltered. I think he allowed Seth to become unfiltered, and
I
I
like
don't think
that.
that's appropriate.
Yeah.
I like that because
Yes,
You
very
like
much.
it? What do you
oh yeah,
mean?
because
Yeah.
I think it you get a glimpse into if I'm on a show for an interview, it's yes ma'am, no ma'am,
Oh, well,
uh-huh.
that's it.
I get a sense of like maybe you as a person. That's
A
a
character.
character.
Yeah. Yeah. I can agree with that as a character. Yeah.
Right.
So you liked it because you thought you were getting to see the real him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's another way of looking at
Yeah. I was
it.
going to say that was on point, Draw, because it does give a character basis of a person by seeing the relaxed
Yep.
basis of that person doing that. In turn, that's why I asked you specifically, why would that come out in a situation like this? You know what I mean? So
But I guess for me, in some ways, I totally get what you're saying because Clue, because in some of those interviews, it just seems so stilted, like yes, ma'am, no, sir, yes. So you're not really getting like a spontaneous glimpse of who this person is.
right.
I agree with you. However, I felt that interview, this is just my biased opinion, but devolved into a place of inappropriateness. That's just my feeling.
I definitely
Gotcha.
agree with the inappropriate because doing that to someone is never appropriate. I wouldn't even do that to my ex-husband.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that because I didn't hear that part of it. But
Well,
you
somebody in
know,
chat just said to go back and rewatch it. Seth said that his coworker did this to the
No.
pizza.
He was talking about his coworker putting pubes on a pizza. Seth 100% assuredly said he did the same thing.
well, maybe we need to listen to it. But that really is very juvenile, and if somebody's of age, to me, then that borders on sociopathy. I'm
He was
sorry.
in college, apparently, is
He was
what.
in he was in college. Oh,
Yep.
jeez. Well, yeah. I don't think it's right, but the stuff that I've seen college boys do is
Mhm.
it's primitive at times.
I agree with like a fraternity, but I can't imagine those guys going and having at their job.
Yeah, I agree. That's weird, man.
It's definitely a bit out there. Like I said, I didn't get to watch it. I kind of scanned through the end, and I missed it, and that's when she had told me I was planning on watching the whole thing. I just never got a chance. It's interesting to say the least. I'll say that much. I can't remember where exactly it was.
Oh God, it's near the end. I know that. I think I'm pretty sure.
But you know what? I think that you, Clue, what I admire about you, that I myself am maybe too tightly wound for whatever reasons, maybe because of my profession or who the hell knows. What I admire about you is that you are willing to kind of go off the beaten track and you are able to say this is great that the interview was a bit odd because we got to take a glimpse of the real person. That's an admirable. I mean, that's a really, really. I mean, it's a brilliant thing that you said. But I guess I'm always thinking about you know the person like Seth being victimized there, whereas you looked at it from the exact opposite perspective, which is I think a very valid perspective.
Well,
And
if
I
you
thank you for
ever,
opening my eyes to that.
well, well, thank you, and you're welcome. But you ever notice I will talk to people, but they aren't on my channel. Like I don't want an interview. I want a conversation with you because it makes it. There's no pressure for you to be a certain way. I've talked to, let's see, I did talk to Steve Gonzalez. I've talked to Seth. I've talked to Chris and Katie, and I'm not. I won't divulge those conversations. You know what I mean? Because for me, it is
Right.
about truly developing an opinion about this person, so I can sort of in my own head figure out what I think happened.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense to me.
That's valid. That's very valid. And I do think a lot of the, with all due respect to even folks like Olivia or Nancy Grace, they're contrived interviews because they're pre-planned questions, right? So then that directs the story rather
Right.
than to understand the person. So no, you're absolutely right, and I think you're brilliant. I mean, I do think you and your St. Cletus are brilliant. I really do.
At least you've
Quirky
been.
like I am, a little bit whimsical, but brilliant you are.
Well, thank you. You as well.
Absolutely.
So now, are you going to go back, Dago, and are you going to be able to find that clip or no?
I could definitely. I was actually just looking at it, personally. 1 second here.
Bombshell, that's why we oftentimes eat at home. It almost scares you to think about, like, even like
For sure.
a box of fish sticks. You know what I mean? Was the line worker having a bad day?
That's why I hate complaining if my food isn't right. I just don't. I just deal with it and I move
Yeah.
on.
Sometimes. Or I'm just really rude about it, and then I make sure I watch them
Right.
remake it.
Right. I think. Oh, hold on, guys. Sorry, I did that the wrong way. 1 second. Let's try it again. I think that's
Look
better.
what Jeremy said. Jeremy just wrote, "Every guy I know spit on people's burgers. It is what it is."
It does
Oh,
happen. I know it happens. It's just you don't like to think of it because you don't. If that's the case, it's going to ruin your experience ever going out and eating anywhere. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I
All
don't
right.
enjoy
So,
going out myself. I usually cook, but
right.
hey.
Let me see if I'm close here. Hold on 1 moment.
Oh God, I don't think you want to put that out into the ether, dude.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, fine. Do whatever you want.
All right. I worked at a place that no longer exists, and I was a manager there.
Because what you did.
No. They just went out of business. But a lot of places went out of business during COVID and all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
But it was called Gumby's Pizza of Ohio.
It's an interesting name.
Huh?
That's an interesting name.
Well, it was Gumby's Pizza in
Cool.
Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, that makes sense.
Normally had one around every major college campus.
Okay. First of all, I didn't know that's the place. I've been to that place years and years ago.
I literally just typed that. I was like, "Oh my God, Dago, I bet you ate there."
Yeah,
Oh my word.
years ago when I used to go hang out at the Ohio State campus with my friends back in '93. That's where we were going. It was
And
right
y'all
Oh
are
there on
like
my,
about the
campus.
same age. That's crazy.
that is weird.
Oh my God. I'll put it this way. At that point in time, I was so drunk I probably couldn't have told anyway. Couldn't have told the difference anyway. So whatever. It is what it is.
No wonder
Moving on.
no wonder the hair on your head began to turn curly after you ate there.
I don't know if you saw when he said that, I went, what? You know what I mean? So, oh my God.
All right, so
Wow.
wait. Oh Lord. Okay, so yes, continue.
Oh, Jesus.
And I had an ex-roommate come in that had cost me my apartment because one day he decided that he was going to walk around outside in the middle of winter with a dungy hat on, which is the old Navy white hats, boxers, and a fucking cleaver. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't know what kind of drugs he was on, but it cost me my apartment.
He got evicted?
So I got evicted because the cops got called and the owner didn't appreciate it. So I got evicted. Okay. Found me another place to live. Like 8 months goes by and he comes into my store and he was like, "Hey, how's everything going?" I was like, "How are you doing?" He was like, "I'm back on my meds." And I'm like, "Oh, nice. Great. All right." And I'm like, "So what can I do for you?" And he's like, "I want a supreme pizza." And I was like, "Okay, well, what size?" And he was like, "Large." Okay. I walked back there. 3 other people that I had hired knew him as well. And they lived in that apartment building. And when we all got evicted, we all took it kind of personal.
I can imagine.
So I made his pizza for him. And
Boom.
it had floor spice, spit, and had hair in it.
Yeah.
And I cooked that, and he ate the whole thing in my lobby and turned around and told me it was the best pizza he ever had and ordered another one. Service with a smile, baby.
And he got you evicted. What do you want to do? I mean, what are you going to do, man? Maybe, yeah. He would still, he got you evicted. I'd have been pissed too. Floor spice. I've never heard that one before, but that's a perfect.
That's when you just drop it on the floor.
Well, I've eaten many things with floor spice on it because I've dropped them and I don't care typically.
Yeah, not with wet dough.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, you should have kept it going because he talks about how he had been standing where he dropped it and he had
Oh,
been
I'm gonna. Okay.
They stick
Continue.
sticks in there, and you got to imagine when you dropped it was right where you've been standing all day, and you've done walked out to the back of the building to throw trash away in the alley. All right. Yeah.
Not with wet dough.
You put that floor in the pizza.
Yep.
That's too funny.
It wasn't stuffed crust, but it was something like it.
Oh man. Well,
All right.
that's funny. That is
Hey, I've lived several decades, so I
You're
have
somewhere
done
between
some
40
stuff.
and 50.
Yeah. I stopped counting when I was 26.
See, Trevor, that's what you got to look forward to. Seth, we're gonna get out of here since you left us with that butte. Tomorrow, you guys are searching, and I think I have it pinned at the top. Let's see. Join the search for Sebastian tomorrow.
Did I miss it or something?
No, that was it. When he talked about putting that dough on the floor where he'd been walking
Oh.
after he took the trash out.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
It's
There.
Yeah.
juvenile, right?
I can't believe that it was at Gumby's. Okay, because I'm. Oh my god.
I mean,
He's
they're
getting,
still in business.
all
he's getting the
places-
dry heaves. You're getting the dry heaves.
Of all places, that had to be a place that I frequented every other weekend when I would go to Columbus. Oh my god, because it was on campus, guys. It was good pizza too. That's a damn problem.
Oh my word. So I don't know, man. I mean, that is a disturbing story, honestly.
Well,
Mm.
and what he said didn't even make sense because he said that he got evicted, right? And
Yeah,
then
Yeah.
he says he had friends that also lived in the apartment building
Like
and
they all
they got evicted too. Why would they get evicted if it was your roommate?
that was
I don't.
running around in their boxers and a cleaver.
You
Right.
probably got to wonder if that's actually 100% real.
Right. And
And
this could become
true.
this may be an urban legend.
Yeah. Somebody in chat just said that. Well, that Gumby's has been closed for a while, you guys. They closed down, I want to say probably 10 years ago. So don't worry about it. If you're out that way, you won't run into it. Not that it matters now, but I don't know. Anyway, so there's that.
Well, I can say this. If it's not a true story, it's a little more psychotic that you would make something like that up about yourself. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's definitely something that is surprising to hear during this situation, in my
I
opinion.
agree. It is disturbing. I don't know what else to say, guys.
Yeah. I gotcha. I agree. I definitely agree, Draw.
Let's just put it this way. I had a hard time with the person giving regular Coke instead of Diet Coke. And I felt that ended the friendship because I
Yeah,
thought that
yeah.
was really sabotaging potentially somebody's
Mhm.
diabetes or whatever. This is sort of over the top.
Yeah. I mean, I know young guys do grow. Listen, I'm not even going to get into it, but there's some stories of things that went on in my high school, and I've heard about that are really, really disgusting. And when you're younger, you think things are funny that really aren't. and things like that. I'm not excusing it at all, but at some point, I mean, and not like some stuff is just too much,
Well,
So
somebody right here said Terry Dean just said trying to too hard to look cool.
right,
That's why I think it's maybe he embellished it. Who knows? I don't know,
probably,
man.
hopefully,
God willing.
yeah. Hopefully, it could have been as something as minimal as making the comment to another coworker. I should do something like this, but never actually did it. Do you know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
it turns into that story, which I've seen that happen before too, but who knows?
And then D. Smith, I agree with D. Smith, who said that in this situation, the man who was running around with a meat cleaver and his drawers on
Yeah,
was on mental health meds.
right.
So that then you get into the whole it isn't funny. You're right. So it's just this is wow, man. This is
Well,
so many layers of these people.
especially when you consider that wouldn't his son sort of be on the same type of medication?
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
Oof, this is
Hey,
deep, man.
this is
Grateful. I'm
this is
gonna. Who is
this is
Nina, by the way? Everybody keeps telling me I should listen to
Oh,
Nina.
just wait. I can't wait till you
But
hear
who is
Nina.
Nina? I
Nina
don't.
is
Chris.
yeah, Chris Proudfoot's ex, his fourth wife, that the one
Oh,
that he had the child with, and she
yeah.
did an interview tonight with
But where on what channel? Her own
uh
channel?
Trev
No.
Time.
Trev. You mean Trev 757?
No,
No.
not T-Rev. Trev Time. It's TREV Time.
Oh, okay.
And she did a 2-hour interview with him. It wasn't an interview, it was a story she told about her relationship with Chris and how things ended with the child and all that scenario. It was long, and it was just
Way long.
this is what my issue is. Things like this here, that story there, the timing for these things to me is wrong. Okay. This has turned into a 3-ring circus, and this is the most I can't. Well, Summerwell's got a little crazy too, and
Yeah.
so did Quentin Simon, but not like this. It was more of people going there and doing things. But why are these cases with missing children turning into these freak shows, these sideshow like attractions? It's not right. It's losing sight of the actual child that's missing. Okay. And it's bothered. That bothers me a lot. This case has really hit me hard. Okay, in the heart. And it seems like there's so many other things that are distracting from Sebastian himself, and it really bothers me. It really, really bothers me.
Well, the thing is, and I go back to what Clue said a few minutes ago, because the Summer Wells case was when I really got involved, interested in true
Yeah.
crime, and for many, many reasons. But do y'all remember when the father was, I think he was shooting heroin, and he was on the
Yes.
commode, he was on the toilet commode, and I think he had like he was just getting high and he was
Yep.
pooping, and I mean it was like, are you freaking kidding me?
Yes.
I mean, it's like they aired all the weird, dirty laundry that was out there.
Every bit
You
of
know what
it.
I'm saying?
Yes.
And that whole thing with her, with the whatever her name was, I can't think of it right now. The mother,
Candace.
Candace, and the Hunter, the underage boy, and it was just, it really shows the level of dysfunction
Mm-hmm.
in these families. So that in some ways, I mean, again, we are losing sight of Summer, we've lost sight, and now of Sebastian. But
Yes.
I don't think that these children were raised in a vacuum. They are a product of a lot of dysfunction. This is what this tells me.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I
I
do
don't know if
agree.
y'all think so, but that's kind of what I think.
No,
And
I
it's tragic.
agree
It's
with you.
tragic.
It is. It makes it 10 times worse than what it already is. The situation is already a horrific situation, and now, I mean, I sit here and listen to it too, because I'm trying to pull out anything out of all of this crap that we get that might be a clue as to something that could take us in a direction to possibly find this child. But there's so much stuff so many different weeds to have to pull through to get to that point again. Do you know what I'm saying? It bugs me. It really does bug me. I don't know. It's become a problem in a lot of these cases, I'll say. This one though, this one's really pulled on my heartstrings from the beginning. I think it's because my son is almost identical to, based on what we've been told, is almost identical to Sebastian, other than the 2-year age difference. And it really just, from the moment of the start of this case, I can't imagine the feeling of going through that. This child is just very close to me, and I can't. And I want him
Right.
to be found so
Well,
bad, so bad.
it's kind of feels like there for the grace of God go I. And
Mhm.
but the difference is that you have, from what you've demonstrated and shared with your community here, is that you have a deep understanding of your child's
Mhm.
strengths and his challenges, and you have embraced all of that, and you're committed to, you know, nurturing him to become a healthy adult.
Yes.
And this doesn't seem like this was happening for this poor little Sebastian.
No. Sadly, it doesn't. I agree.
And I mean, I have wept tonight on the end of that Pascal thing,
Yeah,
not thing, interview. I literally was weeping. I was like, this, I can't take this. This
it's
is
hard
just,
not to. It
yeah,
is.
it's just, it's heart wrenching.
I
But anyway, guys, I'm going to jump off. I thank you so very much for letting me drivel on like this
oh,
and
thank you
listen
for
to you.
allowing us to have you up here. We appreciate you very much.
Well,
Always.
it's nice to have the dialogue and to learn from each other, right? I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am.
I
Absolutely.
learned
Always.
so much from you guys and from the
And
chat.
we do from you as well, Draw. Everybody is always very. Somebody made a comment when you came up here that said, "I love how the chat immediately slows when Draw starts talking," and it does. Everybody just freezes and listens to you, and we
Oh,
all respect and value you very, very much in this community. I can promise you that.
oh,
Everyone.
that's very nice. I mean, I try to give my opinion, but I'm always, careful to know that I myself have, to learn as well, right? I mean, we're all sort of, it's a life opportunity, a life lesson here. So anyway,
Absolutely.
I'm going to jump off, guys, but thank you so much.
Thank you very
Bye,
much.
Josh.
Again,
Okay, bye, folks.
have a wonderful night.
Okay, bye.
All right. Once again, thank you, Draw, Clue, Tomboy, Terry, everybody. I think that's going to be it for tonight, guys. I am completely exhausted. I'm sure Clue is too. They've been here
Mm.
going all day long, all day long.
Shoot, what are you
Um,
talking about? Fiance's back there gabbing with Sarge. Been back there 2 hours now.
well, still, I'm burnt out, and this was a good show earlier. Clue had a couple great shows today too. I mean, guys, it's been ongoing, and still I just feel like we're no closer to finding this child, and it's really bugging me. Really, really bugging me. Do you have any final thoughts on this, Clue, as we shut down for the night? About
No,
anything else with this?
I just pray tomorrow maybe brings some kind
Miracle,
of
miracle.
answers.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. I was praying that this would be ended by this weekend. I don't know. It's exhausting mentally, emotionally. You know, I feel, and again, my heart goes out. Don't get me wrong, anybody, please. My heart goes out to all three of these parents.
Oh yeah.
Seth, Chris, Katie, their families, all of them, and it always has, guys. We can talk about whatever we talk about. We can debate about whatever we debate about, speculate, whatever we talk about. We're not going through this. They are. And I'm praying for all of them, as well as Sebastian, of course. And all of you, please do the same. Keep them all in your thoughts and prayers. Clue, thanks again, hon. You and Cletus both. I appreciate you. I'm sure I'll talk to you sometime tomorrow.
Diego, before you go to bed, check your Discord.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Talk to you soon. Have a good night. All right, everybody else. Thank you so much for hanging out with us all day long. I appreciate you guys so very much. You guys are amazing people, and I appreciate the support you guys have given this case and all the other cases, of course. But this case, You guys have been super supportive of this, and you guys, it's amazing. So thank you all so much for that. Moderators, you've done a great job as always. Everybody that was on panel tonight, thank you 1,000,000%. Don't forget, guys, to love yourselves, to love each other, and don't change anything about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. And don't forget, guys, Team Sebastian, all the way, guys. Let's bring this child home as soon as we can. Everyone have a wonderful night. Please get some sleep. Everybody, good night and God bless. And I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye.